Hello, how's everyone doing? Welcome to the stream. And I see the emotes. So first thing, take a sip of water. Get ready for the stream. Hello. Hey Kevin, Daniel, Sin, NS Films, Sylvia, Little Danny. Hello, hello. Hey, you're a founder. Oh, that's awesome that you got that badge. Yay. I was wondering if you would get that. A Shadow Dingus, hello. That's so cool. So, welcome to the stream. So for today's stream, we're going to be doing a demo on animating something that you've never animated before. So in this case, I'm going to be animating something I've never animated before, ever. I haven't even tested it yet to see if it'll work. So that's going to be kind of the goal, to show how I would approach something that I've never really tried. That new t-shirt. It's actually a very old t-shirt that I just don't wear that often. It's a very like people are like everyone's mentioning. It's a very red shirt, and it's even got flames on it. Which, yeah, we're really going all out. I figured, I just released the Screen Spacer script, which I'm going to talk about in a little bit as well. So let's celebrate. Let's go all out. Actually, honestly, the reason I'm wearing this is I was looking through my closet for a shirt, and I saw it kind of tucked in the back, and this was a shirt that my grandmother gave me a long time ago. And it's just like, oh man, I don't wear that shirt. I should wear it, and kind of like, thinking of my grandmother kind of thing. So it was just like, oh man, I should take that out. Is Cameron wearing it too? No. The reason I'm wearing kind of double layers is very cold in the basement, and it's very warm upstairs right now. The sun is out, so he's just wearing the black. Broke the bond. The bond is flexible. If there's heat and cold, we're wearing what we need to survive. He does have another version of this shirt. It's just his room, especially like it's the morning here, the sun beats right into the room, so his room just turns into an oven. Mine turns into a fridge because I'm in the basement, and I've got a cement floor, and it just gets really, really cold. So we at some point we kind of just made the choice of we're gonna survival over fashion, basically. Does Cameron have a green version? That would be awesome. If that was the case, I'd be wearing the green. Luigi's my main character. Smash Brothers, Luigi all the way. Let's see. Do you guys coordinate clothing? No, we just end up wearing the same thing all the time. It's just kind of, at this point, it's second nature. The only time we'll wear something different is like in this case where, like, I'm gonna be in the basement for the next 4 or 5 hours, and he's gonna be in his room for the next 4 or 5 hours. And we're either going to get super hot and sweaty or feel like the cold is sinking into our joints, which is like the floor here gets so cold that no matter who you are, if you stand on the floor for too long, you just feel it in your knees, and it really starts to hurt. Like you just feel the cold seep through even your shoes. And yes, I will drink. So in terms of what we're going to be doing today, the main thing that we're going to be doing is animating a character riding a horse. I've never animated this before, so I wanted to show the process that I would go about trying to make it work. We'll see if it actually works. It might go horribly, horribly wrong, but that's kind of the process. And even if it does go horribly wrong, it is part of the learning process. We kind of have to do that at some point. I definitely like theory support on how to properly ride a horse, because I've never ridden a horse. I grew up on a farm. My family had horses, but I've never ever ridden a horse ever. Never got the chance. So it's going to be a lot of really trying to study and then trying to understand the theory behind it. So if I do anything wrong, definitely jump in and correct me. Take the ruler, slap it across my knuckles. Tell me to do it right. Yeah, so that's going to be the goal for today. Now, the other thing that I wanted to mention, and this is going to be something I am going to be announcing publicly on the Discords and on my Twitter and kind of everywhere I can, is I finally finished the Screenspacer script, at least version 1 of it, which means that if anyone wants to download it, again, I'll post the link everywhere once I've kind of gotten everything figured out. I've never posted something on Gumroad before, but if everyone wants to check it out, oops, let me see. This is I don't know the links for Gumroad, so let me show up my desktop here. So this is the Screenspacer script, and for those of you here, you get early access. There we go. It's totally free. There's no charge to this, so feel free to just go there and download it. And for anyone who doesn't know, this is a script that I wrote to help solve the issue that happens when you are animating a moving camera, but a character that has held frames. So this means a character that's animated on 2s or 3s or any combination of it. So if, for example, we look at this is kind of the demo I did, so you can see that flickering effect. It's basically the moving camera and the object being misaligned and creating this flicker. It's for Maya only. Yeah. But once you run the script, it cleans that up and you get this nice clean motion in there. And it'll work with a simple object like a cube, as well as more complex objects like this rig here. So if any of you are interested in kind of doing Spider-Verse style, like animation on 2s or 3s or things like that, this script will hopefully make it a lot easier for you. And you're not gonna have to try and figure all of that math out on your own. So yeah, if anyone's interested, feel free to go and download it and check it out. And if you notice anything wrong, just message me, because most likely it'll explode in some way. I've never written a script before, like publicly. Most of my scripts have been tiny, and I've never posted something on Gumroad before, so it's a day of first day. And I've never animated a horse before, so let's keep it going. Yeah. So with that, let's actually jump into the animation stuff here. So the goal of this shot is going to be to get Zelda here to hopefully look like she's riding this horse. Now this horse is an animation I did on the stream a while back. So the scenario that we're looking at here is not animating the horse. The scenario we have here is we've already got the horse animated. It's moving. But now we need to add someone on top of it. So how do we go about doing that? Well, there's kind of three main sections that we need to think through. The first and probably most important is studying reference. We need to study what's going on here. We need to make sure we understand the mechanics and the understand all of the different elements that will go through into making this feel natural. And yes, she will be riding bareback. That was the reference I was given. Yeah. Is it okay if I promote the Screenspacer? Sure. Yeah, if you want to do that. I'm going to be posting it on all the Discord, so you don't have to worry about like the Pratt Bros Discord. I'll be making an official post on that probably right after the stream here. I was hoping to do it before, and then I just ran out of time because I was napping and I was getting some sleep. The first thing we're going to be doing, I got 3 hours of sleep. So is maybe not super proud, but a little proud. I did get some sleep. The first thing is going to be looking at reference, trying to understand. Now, I'm going to look at a little reference, that I was given. Normally, I would be looking at a lot more. I'm not going to do this on stream. I had hoped to do it before the stream, but again, ran out of time. Mostly because when I look at reference, I start studying everything. I'll look up manuals. I'll look up like how-tos. I'll look up like the theory behind certain things. So I would do a lot of research, basically trying to master what this is, at least in theory. Now, once you look at the reference, the second thing that we need to do before we actually get into the animation side of it is we're going to have to figure out how the heck do we get this character onto the rig and make it so that we're not counter animating or fighting the animation the whole time. That's going to be very crucial, especially when you've got two rigs interacting with each other. Now, we'll go over that in a little bit, but basically what I'll want to do is figure out which controls that I'll need to use to connect the character onto the rig without losing the ability to animate the character, and to get all of the subtleties that I need. We've got a lot of controls to choose from. We've also got to figure out, do we want to use IK spine, FK spine? Do we want to use FK arms or IK arms, legs? All of that stuff needs to be thought out before we start diving into the animation. Once we get in, we don't have to finalize all that, but once we'd have that, then we can go into... Oh, and there's the printer. Haha. Then we can go into the rig and actually start animating. So we've got a lot of processes that we need to do before jumping in. This is something I recommend to everyone. If you are going to be animating... that printer is just going forever. If you're going to be animating something that you've never done before, make sure you study it. Make sure you really look at what you're doing. Don't just dive in and go, oh, well, we'll figure it out along the way, and let's just put things around. No. The big reason for that is when we're animating something that we've never done before, but we've seen. For example, I've seen people riding horses. I've seen movies where people ride horses. The first thing that's going to happen is that we are going to fall right back onto the cliches. The cliches of what we think that object is. And that is not good. We want to animate or create something based on reality and then exaggerate it. Not based on what we think should happen, what we think reality is. Because that might be very, very wrong. Or very... weird. So let's give an example of that. So there's two examples that I really like, and these were the examples that was taught to me. So I've talked before about the pencil demo. Or sorry, not the pencil demo. I was looking at my screen here. I read perfect pencil and just read it out loud. The bicycle test. So the bicycle test is, without looking at any images, draw a bicycle and see how close you can get it to what a bicycle actually looks like. Once you do that, try drawing a more specific bicycle, a mountain bike versus a racing bike versus a street bike. You're going to have a lot of variety. Now, we've already talked about that, so we'll leave that alone for now. Another one that I like is the screwdriver test. So, imagine you're told to draw a screwdriver, or model a screwdriver if you're into sculpting or modeling. Okay, make a screwdriver. Sure. It's round. There's kind of this lip here that maybe then tapers like that, and then you've got the actual blade part. There we go. That's pretty simple. Done. Screwdriver. Sure. That's the cliche, that's the symbol of a screwdriver in our brains, at least in my brain. But there's no specific details, is there? I could start adding details in there, but I'm not going to be adding anything concrete. It's just this symbol in our head. Our brain stores symbols. Same thing with the with animation. When we think back on animation or think back on movement, we're storing symbols of the movement, not actual memory, if that makes sense. So if I was told to animate like a whole set of screwdrivers, not just one, but now a whole set, eventually I would just start making the same ones, and they'd all kind of look very much the same, and it wouldn't be that interesting. But if I do a little research and just look up screwdrivers, so Google image search, look at the variety that there are. Like, look, there's this one here. It's nice and round. There's a little button thing for the thumb. One side is flat. You've got a textured surface. This one's kind of an older looking one, very simple and plain. This one's really thin, so it's like a computer screwdriver. That one's so tiny. But look at all the variety. Look at all the different shapes for the heads. We have so much variety that we could play with in terms of shape and design for these, that by not looking at reference, all we're really doing is kind of shooting ourselves in the foot and not exploring the vastness that is available to us. And this goes for anything, whether it's, let's go, for example, bicycle. So if you kind of imagine a bicycle, just kind of the symbol of a bicycle in your head, but then you Google bicycles, look at all the variety there are, the color varieties, the shape varieties. You get things like this versus ones like this, the kids' bikes. You get the BMX bikes. You get this this weird one. These ones with huge tires. I actually saw quite a few of these this winter, which was actually kind of cool. So you get a lot of variety just by doing some quick research. And what this will do is it'll influence your work to have a more grounded feeling to it. It's not going to feel as made up, I guess you could say. Let's see. Would you say a good way to animate quickly or to just practice is to get a drawing and you copy the character, then you just animate the character you've copied? No. I would say that's kind of two different things. If you're using a character to do a master study with, that's okay to kind of go over and trace or copy to kind of understand what the forms are. But then if you can, try to go away from that and then animate something on your own. You can use that design as a guide, but the problem is with tracing and then animating, you're mixing two things that don't really kind of work quite the same. So for example, let me show this here. So this is, we talked about this last week, but I'm doing a challenge to learn how to draw hands. And I kind of missed the last few days. But this was one of the studies I did 2 days ago? 3 days ago now? The script got a hold of me. And you'll notice that the larger hands here, these are kind of very heavily referenced. I did not make these myself. These are very, very referenced. But the reason for that is I'm trying to understand the form. I'm trying to understand how would I draw the knuckles in 3D space, kind of trying to think through the object, trying to think of how the musculature works. You can see I'm kind of, it's hard to see, but all of them kind of have this square built within. So, where's my pencil? So it's got this square shape here. So I'm kind of building in the form and then kind of adding the pieces. So that is the study portion of it. Now, I could try to take that and animate. Now, this is a little complex to animate, but I could take that and try to animate it. But the problem with that is that that's not going to be something that I normally think of when I'm animating. When I'm animating, I'll be approaching it in an animator sense. This is a study sense. So instead, what I would try to do is find ways of simplifying the hand. So these are kind of simpler versions of the hand that I kind of just looked at some artwork of other people and then kind of tried to figure out how they drew hands and then tried to pose them out in a similar way. So you can see just different styles, seeing how they approach like the little pad there versus the finger joints and all of that. What buttons are hitting? Even here, like very simple hand shapes. So I would try to then simplify it and then try to animate it. This way you're not having to deal with the complexities of study. So hopefully that makes sense. And then you can see I've got a lot more. So this is all the study. So this kind of stuff here, this is all study. This is the kind of stuff that I would do even for animation. So like if I'm looking at reference for animation, I'm trying to basically understand what I'm looking at. The forms, the shapes, all of those things. I would do the same thing for a bicycle. And I'm going to be doing the same thing for the reference. Now, we're not going to go super in-depth with this or else we'll be here all day. Yeah, that's basically kind of my process on that. And Jack, thank you so much for the bits. I really appreciate that. Thank you. Let's see, how are you doing the hand challenge? Are you limiting the time for each pose? No, right now it's mostly study. I've never really been able to draw hands. So mostly I'm just spending the time I need to understand each one. Eventually, once I get that understanding down, right now I'm still struggling with fingers. Whenever I try to draw fingers, I just can't get the poses right on them. So that's going to be the next thing I focus on. I think I've got the palm pretty much down and the thumb kind of. But the fingers I still consistently struggle with. So once I get that down and understand that, then I'll start doing gesture drawing where I'll just kind of do like a minute per pose or something like that, maybe 2, depending on how fast I go. And just try to do as many poses as I can, like in half an hour or an hour. If you're doing, for example, just a minute poses, then you could get 30 hand poses done in half an hour. So that's a good way to just get a lot of practice in there. And I use photos for the most part to study the anatomy, and then I use illustrations to understand how other artists simplify the hands. Because that's one thing I struggle with is I now understand a lot of the complex forms, but when I try to simplify it, a lot of times it doesn't come out appealing. So I'll study what other animators or artists do and see how they take that hand form, that complex hand form, and turn it into something very simple. And then with this, the more I study on that, the more my own style will develop. This is one of the big things, and it's really applies to 2D animation a lot more, but also 3D in a sense, is never try to create a style. Never go into learning art with, I'm going to learn how to do my style. I'm going to draw it all in my style. Because honestly, your style doesn't exist in the sense that most people tend to think it does. It's not an on-off switch that just kind of, yeah, I'm going to do boop in my style. Done. And I'm going to create my own style that everyone's going to love and it's going to be totally unique. Don't worry about style. Worry about understanding what you're drawing. Worry about understanding how others simplify the style and create something like add that design quality to it. And the more you practice, the more your own version of that will come through, and your style will just evolve and it will become something. If you focus on style right away, you're basically going to end up losing on the analysis part of it, and start going into the wrong direction of just trying to trying to fit things into your style instead of fitting your style to the real world. Which, this doesn't mean that we always have to mimic real world. If you look at Adventure Time or Steven Universe and things like that, a lot of it is not like, people are not shaped those ways, or their hands are not just tubes, things like that. But it's all of those designs are based on reality and then exaggerated, not exaggerated and then with reality thrown in as like a little, it looks weird, blip, reality, yeah, there you go. So hopefully that helps. Let's see. Hey Blaze, hello. Hands are very challenging. Let's see. So if you're starting a company, and what would you say is the best way to draw a character and not spend a whole day drawing it and spend most of the time animating? Well, if you're thrown into a company, if you're working in a company, they're going to expect that you already know how to draw quickly and consistently. So this would be the same with anything. Like if I'm a CG animator, I animate in 3D. If I go into a company that is hiring me to animate, they're going to expect that I can animate a shot or a certain amount in a day without supervision and get that done. So it's really, if you're in a company, you're already going to have the speed to do a drawing in no time and just kind of get it done. If you're still at the point, like for me, example, I can't draw quickly. Even though I try, I draw very, very, very slowly. And hey, Zombie Zero, thank you so much for the subscription. Oh man, thank you so much. I do need a green shirt. I have red, and Luigi's my favorite. But I draw very slowly. So if a company hired me to do 2D art, even if I got really good with my skills right now, like let's say this was good enough to get me hired somewhere. My technical level is good enough, but my speed is not. So I would not be able to keep my job. I need to improve my speed before I would even think of applying. Same thing as a CG animator. If I'm animating it, sure, my stuff might end up being really good in the end, but if it takes me 3 months to finish a simple shot, I need to work on improving my workflow, or else I'm just not going to be an asset to the company. So it's not so much about the workflow at the company. It's more about just building up that natural speed on your own and finding out how to kind of work faster. And then once you get into the company, that's when they would then help you to kind of improve and work in their style. So would you say just learn how to shape characters easier? No, it's everything. Like you have to learn how to work with simple shapes, like what I'm doing here with the hands. I'm learning how to animate. Where's my layers? I'm learning how to focus on the simple forms of the hand, and eventually I get my pencils right. Oh, it's in white, that's why. Okay, so I'm thinking of the simple forms of the hand. How can I simplify this into basic forms like that? But I'm also thinking of the anatomy. So even with these like simple hands here, okay, simple forms, but still need to add in the knuckle, still need to add in that pad for the thumb and the other side here. How is it shaped? How high does it go on the hand? All of that stuff, all that anatomy, you're still keeping in mind. You have to keep in mind the style of the film. Do they like nice long wavy lines? Do they like sharp lines in things? You have to keep everything in mind. It's the same with animation. So when I'm animating a complex shot, let's say this horse example, I'm not just thinking of, okay, simple forms just moving through. That is part of it, yes. But I'm also thinking of the 12 principles of animation. I'm thinking of the principles of design. I'm thinking of the principles of appeal, all of those different things, as well as the mechanics of how a horse is going to move, the mechanics of how the body is going to move. All of that I'm thinking of at the exact same time. And that's what's going to get you that final product versus just one thing. And this is the tough part about learning, and this goes to everyone here. When you're first learning something, you have to kind of break it apart. So you'll learn just about shape design, then you'll learn about anatomy, then you'll learn about another thing, and you just layer them. So you learn one thing, focus on that, okay, you got that. Learn another thing, got that. Learn a thing, got that. Once you've done that, then everything comes together and you'll have a final shot. But that is part of that learning process. That's part of being a student. And this is why whenever I have students, so for anyone who doesn't know, I work at Animation Mentor. It's an online animation school. I also do freelance and stuff like that outside of the school, but that's kind of one of the main things I do. And I see a lot of students get frustrated that they are not understanding, or that they are failing, or that their assignments don't just look as good as they hoped for. And the big thing with that is to keep in mind that when you're first learning something, the whole point is to fail. When you're first learning a skill, you've never done it before. You've never done something. So to expect to succeed and just master it like right away is unrealistic, and honestly not very fair to you, because that's putting a lot of pressure on you to do something that is next to impossible. So instead, focus on just understanding. If you do the assignment and do the test and it doesn't work out, that's fine. Take what didn't work out, study it. What did I do wrong? Why is it not looking right? Try to figure that out, then do it again. So for example, for me with the hands, I'm learning how to draw hands. I've got the palm down, but I'm still struggling with the finger. So the next time I sit down to draw, hopefully tonight sometime, I'm going to be sitting down and I'm going to be thinking, okay, why can't I draw fingers right? What am I doing wrong? And I'll just do some drawings, look at them and go, why do the fingers look so ugly? Are they too long? Are they too short? Am I not thinking of the form enough? Am I like putting the proportions in the wrong way, like all the finger joints themselves? I'll try to analyze why I'm not doing that right. And once I have that, then I'll try to fix it. And that first, like, when I try to fix it, it's not going to look good because I'm still trying to understand what I'm drawing. But then I'll do it again. So I'll draw it and, okay, now with the new knowledge that I know, am I still doing the same mistakes? Okay, I'm still doing that mistake. Proportion's still off. But no, the form is actually better now. Maybe I'm not drawing the curve of the fingers right. So I'll just kind of work that process and just do it over and over and over until eventually I solve all those issues. And it doesn't happen overnight. It takes practice. But eventually you'll reach a point where you automatically tend to revert to the good stuff versus the bad stuff. You're trying to train your brain to do things properly. So that is very important. Expect to fail. And this is the hard part and something that took me many years to learn. Enjoy the failures. And that sounds bad, but for me, when I used to be a student, I would fail at something. Well, being a student and human, I would fail a lot. And to be honest, I still struggle with a lot of things. And I would fail a lot, and I would put so much pressure on myself to make it perfect right away, to be the best that I could be. And oh, someone else is doing so well, why can't I do that? And I would put myself down. And what all that did was made it unfun to learn. You're not having fun if you're constantly putting yourself down and hating what you do. So it took me a long time to learn to just enjoy the failures and don't dwell on them. So what I mean by this is when you're animating something or learning how to draw or doing whatever, try to make smaller projects. So for example, if you look at my drawings, none of them are big full poses with the like full characters. It's just the hands. And I just do it over and over and over. And what this does is if I fail on one hand, so these are all the good hands. You don't see all the ones that didn't work out. So let me actually find some that didn't work out that I might still have. So this one here, you'll notice there's no fingers. I removed the fingers because they were just so bad. And you can see this was my last session of drawing. None of these have proper fingers because I just could not get them right. So I just kept redrawing and trying to understand what I was doing. Let's see this one. Like some of these fingers are really odd. Which one was it? Like this one. That finger just, it's very oddly skinny. The thumbs I tend to have like this weird tube. It doesn't look like a thumb. It looks like a tube. And a lot of these don't work. And again, these are the ones that I didn't erase right away as soon as I drew them. There's going to be failures. More often failures than successes. But those lead to the successes. So instead of kind of putting yourself down, use it as a jumping board to understand and make sure you're doing things right. So this was something that I was taught, and again, took me a long time to really appreciate, is if you never make mistakes, you're never going to know why you're good at it. Which, to be fair, that's nice because, hey, you're always really good at things. But the day that you end up in a situation where you have to do something new and you haven't done before and you don't succeed, you will be lost. You will not know what to do, and it's going to be devastating. Honestly, I've seen that happen with a lot of animators who, like at the beginning, they just understand everything. It's super easy. And then by like halfway through the program, suddenly they hit a moment where all that stuff that seemed to come naturally to them no longer does. And now they have to start thinking and like figuring out, wait, why is this not working? If that can happen to you early, as much as it sucks, that's better because you learn how to deal with it. And as animators, as artists, we deal with it all the time. So really focus on doing quick tests if you can, and just like getting that repetition in there, getting that understanding. And this is the big thing. Don't just trace, don't just copy, understand why you're doing it. Try to really think. Like I'm thinking of the bone structure. I'm thinking of all like the shape of the bones, all of that stuff as I'm drawing, so that even as I'm drawing a more simplified shape, I can think, okay, wait, the bone is straighter here than on the bottom. Okay, that would mean I can start thinking through this versus just hoping for the best. So, let's see. I wonder what kind of resources do you use to get the poses? I just Google, Google hand poses, and then for this set here, no, sorry, this one. Most of these are my hand. So you'll notice it's all of the left hand. I was drawing and I would just lift my hand up and look at it, and then I'd do a pose and try to draw it. The nice thing with drawing hands is we usually have one right at our fingertips, literally, that we can use as reference. It's a little awkward because the reference is always kind of from this one similar angle, but you can do that. Yeah, it's just Google, really. Google in your own hands, at least for me. Failure is only a fail if you don't learn. Exactly. That is a good way of putting it. If you learn something from your failure, it is not a failure. It is progress. And we have to get through that progress. We have to fail in order to understand why we're not doing it right. If we don't fail, then all we're doing is getting lucky most of the time. And that luck can and will end at some point, and then you'll be stuck. Whereas someone who's failed a lot, and you see this a lot where artists will make a drawing and it's just beautiful. Oh, it's just gorgeous. and everyone goes, man, you're just natural talent, you are amazing. What they don't see is the pile of like scrap paper, or now that we're in the digital age, the undos and the erasings and the variations that they did to get to that one version. If you ever watch like a speed draw of someone drawing, they're constantly erasing parts. Like they'll draw the face, do a whole bunch of stuff, and then come back to the face, erase it all, redraw it, take an arm, totally move it around, then redraw it all completely. And then it's not just they drew it, done, exactly where I wanted, first try. No, it's a constant process. Same with animation. And this is why I like to do the animations where I just kind of show the whole thing and not the like sped up version, is because I want you all to see how many times I fail at something. I want you all to see how it's not just yeah, I know exactly what I'm doing. Click, click, click. Poof, look at that perfect horse animation, perfect riding animation. Wowee. No, it's a long process, especially if you've never done it before. And I'm going to get things wrong. As we get into the animation here, you will see me get a lot of things wrong before I get it even remotely right. But that's the process, and that's okay. As long as I'm learning from it. And normally I would do these tests quickly, like just on my own. That way I can then get into the full shot and then work faster and clearer and know what I need to do. Let's see, that happened to me so much. I failed a lot, and now I'm frustrated because I've been studying this reference a lot and I've been reading on it, but I just can't get the spine and hip motion to make sense. Yeah, so that's the other thing. Sometimes you will study a lot, and that's a good segue here because we'll go into the horse stuff. But sometimes you will study a lot and you're just not going to get this. I've had that happen many times, many times, where I'm studying something and it's like, I can see it. I understand. I think I understand what's going on. And I just can't get it right. And I'll try and I'll try and I'll try and I just can't get it. This is where the next thing that is very important comes in. Having a network of people who can help you and give you advice, because it could be that you're just not, you're focused on one thing so much that you're missing a crucial element because your eyes are just focused on the wrong thing. It's the same thing of how a lot of people, if you've lived in your house for a very long time, you won't notice what your house smells like anymore. So for example, if you go to your grandmother's house or your family's house, every house kind of has a different smell to it. You walk in and it's like, oh, it's that grandmother's cookies. Oh man, every time I go to my grandmother's, I smell that. Or for me, it was, I would go to the farm and my grandparents' place, it smelled like the farm. It had that kind of smell of animals and gasoline and like all of that stuff, which I really loved. It was just like, it made me think of my childhood every time I would go there. They don't notice it because they're living it in every day. Same here. Like, I don't notice the smell of my area. I'm in the woods. Whenever people come over, it's like, oh man, the air is so fresh here. It smells like the outdoors. And it's like, really? I have no idea what you're talking about. I don't notice it. That same kind of principle happens with us when we're studying reference or anything. Is sometimes you'll be so caught up in it that you've spent so much time on it that you can't see it anymore. You're not grasping that simple thing that if you get someone new to look at it, they might see right away because they're not kind of, it's called shot blindness, when you're just looking at something so long that you can't see it anymore. Yeah, and it is amazing how problems fix themselves when you step away. I noticed that with the script I was writing, where I would finish the script. I was about to release it about five times. And every time it's like, I'm going to release it. Okay, I'll just take a step away, stretch, and then I'll post it online. And then I came back and it's like, wait, hit a button and it breaks. It just doesn't work. And it's like, well, it's a good thing I waited. And then again, that happened 5 times. Where it's like, I'm done. Yes, finally. And then I'd come back. It's like, why did I do that? That's just like I coded that all wrong, and that's just gonna explode as soon as I give it to someone else. And I'm still expecting it to explode. But get away, step away, and then come back, or get someone else to help you look at this. So, let's see. I want to know if I have the right mindset. Should I keep animating and learning anatomy while animating, or just stop, learn animating and come back to, or learn anatomy and come back to animating? I would keep them separate. When you're learning anatomy, focus on the anatomy. Then when you're doing animation, you're applying that anatomy that you learned into it. But that is not the main focus. You are not trying to study anatomy as you're learning to draw. Or sorry, learning to animate. That's kind of 2 separate things. Because animating, oftentimes we have to break the anatomy. More often what we're dealing with is the design of the character, the appeal of the design, not so much the anatomy. Knowing the anatomy lets us make sure that we don't break the body when we design it, but it's there kind of as an extra. So instead, focus on anatomy, kind of like my drawings here, where it's just like, really break it down, understand why things are shaped the way they are. And then when you get into animation, really focus on, okay, how can I take that anatomy skill that I've learned without studying it? How can I take that and then apply it into my shot? So I could draw anatomy and test my learning by animating it. Yeah, exactly. So you could do a test like that. So you're using the animation to do a test of your animation or your anatomy skills without constantly trying to learn both at the same time. Trying to learn 2 skills at the same time is very tricky. And oftentimes our brain does not appreciate it. And it doesn't retain the information as well as if you really just focus on one thing at a time. This is why at Animation Mentor, for anyone who's been in Animation Mentor or is in Animation Mentor, the way the program is designed is the first assignments that you do is just one principle. There's 12 principles of animation and you're just focusing on one at a time. One at a time. And this is so that you really understand each single one, and then you learn how to apply them all together. If you were to just be thrown in and, oh, here's the 12 principles, now add them all in while you're animating, that's going to just, you're not going to get it. You're just going to be lost and none of it will make sense. If you're trying to learn anatomy and learn where all the muscles should go and all that, while also learning how to, or making sure your spacing is right and your timing is right and your appeal is right and your overlap and your overshoots and all of this stuff, your ease in, ease out, it's just like, oh no, why? So keep it simple. Your brain will appreciate it. Okay, so with that, let's finally jump into the horse thing. But definitely feel free to ask questions. And Cami, thank you so much for the follow. I really appreciate that. I know that was a huge tangent, but hopefully that was a helpful one. I know for me, kind of hearing that the first time when I was told that failure is not a bad thing, it actually helped a lot. I didn't listen to it for a long time. I still was very hard on myself, to the point where it's just like, oh, I failed, I suck. I was really down on myself for a long time. But I learned to get over that over time and finally listen to what people were telling me. And Art Stuff, hello! How's it going? Okay, so let's take a look at this. So this is the reference that we have here. So as I'm watching the reference, the main thing that I'm going to be looking at here is the relationship between the rider and the horse. And also trying to take as many notes as I can as I'm looking at this. So normally I would have a notepad. I'm going to try to do this. Let's try to set up a layout here that works. Let's get rid of that. Okay, so something like this maybe. So what I'm going to be trying to do is just make notes. And actually, no, let's keep this large so we can see this. I'm just going to write notes on this. Today I'm doing well. So as I'm looking at this, there's going to be a lot of things that I try to look for, a lot of things that I focus on, but I'm going to try to break it down into easily digestible chunks. So what I mean by this is, as we look at this, there's a lot of movement. There's her head bobbing up and down. We see the knees moving, the feet moving, the hips moving, the body moving. There's a lot of motion. There's the movements of her hands as she's kind of reaching for the horse. All of that. That could be a lot to try and focus on all at the same time. So instead, I'm going to focus on just simplifying it down one thing at a time. So I'm going to be first thinking of the hips. How are the hips moving in relation to the spine of the horse? So the first thing I'm noticing here is, first, where is she sitting? She's not sitting in the middle of the back. She's not sitting on the shoulders. She's sitting right in that V, where the shoulders kind of end and then the back starts to lead up. So that's actually a good note there to kind of pay attention to. The character sits in that V there. This will help get our positioning correct. Now, the next thing I'm noticing with the hips is that the character is sliding quite a bit on the horse. And what it looks like is that the horse's back is the driving force. So for example, the horse's back starts to come up here, and you can see that the hips are still going back as the hips start to come up. So I should say the horse's hips, and then her hips are going back at the same time as his are going up. Now, it reaches a point where suddenly his spine is pushing her hips forward. It pushes it forward, and then as his hips kind of come down, which means the spine is coming down as well, she kind of goes up and then around this way, and then slides back down before getting pushed up. So we're getting this kind of arc, just a simple arc, but it's being driven by the angle of the spine. So that's going to be a very important thing to get right in there. That kind of motion. Because as you're riding a horse, and again, I've never ridden a horse. I've only seen people riding a horse. I've seen family members riding a horse. I've heard what people say. It's very intensive on the legs. So the legs are doing a lot here. It's not just sitting and totally relaxed and bouncing on the horse. You have to hold yourself on there or else you'll just fall off. So that means that her hips are not just sliding around randomly. They are being, she's holding herself in place and moving in a way that she's not going to bounce against the horse or kind of, what would be the right word here? What would be a good example? Well, if ever you guys have ridden a bike and you get on bumpy terrain, how sometimes you can just kind of stand on the pedals so your butt gets off the seat. So that way you get a nice smooth ride because your knees can take the impact. Instead of just sitting on the bike and bouncing up and down, up and down, up and down. It's kind of, I would assume, something like that, where you're using the momentum of the horse, that back and forth, and you're kind of working with it instead of just letting it move you however you want and letting your body just bounce around, because that's going to be bad for you and bad for the horse. Inner up legs. Yeah, so it would be like right up, it's the quads and the inner muscles. It's not like you're driving a car where you have all the control. Yeah, exactly. You're not in control. It's not even like riding a bike where you're just, sitting on the bike and you're powering it, but you're the one powering, you're the one steering. The horse it's doing its thing and you can try to control it, but it's doing its own thing. You're along for the ride, really. If that horse decides to just move and do whatever it wants, you're there. Bo already knows how to properly ride a video. Ride just watching a video. Just watch. I get on a horse and I just like spin underneath it and just kind of hang on. It would be sad. I used to live right next to a riding stable where like you could just ride horses and go on trails and stuff, and I never went. It really sucks. Like I really regret that now. Looking back, it's like, why didn't I take that opportunity? I had so much free time when I was younger. I could have easily just taken a day and learned how to ride a horse. Like that would have been a cool thing to do. Just I've always wanted to do it, and I never did. Curse me. Curse my past. Playing video games. So we've got the hips there. Now there's also some side-to-side motion that's happening here. So let's look at some other reference. So let's take a look here. So what I want to see is how are the hips kind of stabilized looking at the front. They look pretty stable. It's not like you're doing this as you're riding. So like I'm looking at her head kind of as a guide, and she's not really swaying. I see a little bit of overlap kind of on the head. So we see the head leaning this way, and then over here we see it kind of leaning that way. Now this could be because she's actually looking around, but it kind of feels like there's this motion to the riding. But the hips seem pretty stable overall. So a lot of it is that forward motion. That's kind of the big motion here. So I don't want to have too much side to side. If the side to side is too noticeable, I've made something wrong here. And Nape, thanks so much for the follow. I really appreciate that. Let's see. Is there a generator or thing I can use to learn anatomy? I would just pick the parts that you struggle with the most. So for me, like I struggle with hands. I decided I'll learn how to draw hands. So if you're struggling with the head, just go, okay, I'm going to focus on the head. Then once you get that, what's the next thing you struggle with the most? Address your weaknesses, and that's only going to improve your overall thing. If you're only working with your strengths, you're not going to get any stronger, really, because those weaknesses are still going to be in there. I know I had those muscles until I rode a horse for the very first time. I could see that. That would use a lot of muscles that you normally would not use. That inner leg muscle, like when else would you use that? Let's see. I always felt bad about the idea of riding a horse, but after talking with you, Sylvia, it doesn't seem so bad on a horse. A lot, like for me, I grew up on a farm. The horses on the farm were really well treated. My grandfather loved horses, and they had a good life. Like even if they were work horses, they were farm horses, so used to round up cattle and stuff like that. They had a good life, and they seem to enjoy it. They actually seem to enjoy running around, all of that. Let's see. There's a lot of rotate Z and a bit of X that follow the horse line. Yeah, a lot of rotate Z. So that's, yeah. So it would. Let me open up my shot here. So I'm just going to look at the spine here. And let's actually go in wire. No, actually, not wireframe, but I'm going to go wireframe on shaded. So what I'm looking at is looking at the rotate Z, the side-to-side shift of the horse's spine here. Now, this is not an ideal thing because technically my horse might not be properly animated. Yes, I am using the Zelda rig. I was thinking of who should I have ride the horse, and it's like, gotta have Zelda. I was thinking Link, but Link's ridden a lot of horses before. This isn't Epona, so I need to have Zelda here. So there is a lot of side-to-side motion, so I would probably want to make sure that that's in there. Okay. So we've got that. Let's look at what else we can spot here. Let's go back to the side view. Okay. So if we kind of think this through, the hips, the main motions that are happening in terms of translates is the translate Z. That's number one. Then it's the translate X. Would it be the X? No, I think it's Y then X. Just looking at the reference, there's a lot more up and down, front to back, than there is side to side. So we have this order here of, ooh, that was a horrible 3. This order of intensity. What this will allow me to do, if I kind of keep this in mind, is when I get into Maya, if I look at my curves and I start noticing that my X curve is bigger than my Z curve, something's off here. That should be the one that I'm focusing on. Let's see. Also, Zelda's hips should be rotate Y up. So that's important for the posture. So rotate Y up. So like straight. So like making sure that that posture is nice and kind of straight here. Not slouching. Now, in terms of the rotations, so we looked at the translations. Let's think of the rotations. So rotations, the way I typically think of rotations, rotate Y is this twisting, rotate Z is this twisting, and then rotate X is forward and back. That's the way I typically think about it. Every rig is different, but like that's kind of, most of the rigs I've ever used have that. So looking at this, the main thing I'm seeing, and you can kind of see it here, is the rotate Z. There's a lot of rotate this way, and then it kind of goes this way. It's not that big, but I'm seeing that a lot. I'm also seeing, it's hard to see the rotate Y. I kind of feel like there's a lot of rotate X, because as you're kind of sliding forward and back and kind of trying to keep your spine adjusted, your hip will want to roll. And because the horse is also rolling underneath, that would also make sense. So I would almost say, and I could be wrong on this, so it would be rotate Z is probably the most intense, then X, and then Y. I could be wrong on this, so let me put that in there. I'll have to look into other references. Let's see. It's possible. Okay, so it's the opposite. So the back is going to get closer to the tail, if it makes sense. So, for example, like here, it starts to round out a little bit, if I'm understanding correctly. And then it kind of comes through here, and now there's this kind of lean backwards ever so slightly towards the tail. I have the feeling there's more rotate on X. Yeah, there could be. There is quite a lot of hip motion in that forward back. So yeah, I might have that backwards. I think you could be right. I think it's X, Z, then Y. Aw, I love this song. I still have to play Animal Crossing. I've literally got my Switch right in front of me here. I need to play it. Honestly, like, one of the things I'm thinking of, if ever I can get some sleep on a Friday, is that I'll just do a 24-hour stream like Sir Wade. I've always wanted to do it. And just start on Friday, end on the Saturday stream, and like do some animations and then play some games. Like just force myself, like that 24 hours is just gonna be animating and playing games. I do have a Switch. Yeah, I saw that Elijah Wood went and visited someone's town just for turnips, and it's like, and he said it was beautiful. I saw the picture and the little villager going, "It's beautiful." It's like, oh, he's a nice guy. That was so cool. Dragon Quest XI's demo. I think I actually have it. Dragon Quest XI. I do like Dragon Quest games, although I've never really played one, honestly. I just like the music. They're so good. So we've got the rotations here. So let's take a step back from the hips. We've kind of analyzed it quite a bit here. We'll kind of come back up to it once we might notice some other things that are kind of connected. So I'm going to go down first because honestly, it's easier to go down to the feet than to go with the head, because then we get into the arms and the head and the neck and all of that. I would say left to right wouldn't be too much on Zelda. So like the translate, yeah, so this would be very little, just a like tiny bit, so that she doesn't feel like she's going whoa, whoa, yeah, you like doing that. Let's see. So looking at the legs, the thing that I really notice is that the knees don't really move that much. They are not overlapping a lot. The knees are pretty stable. Stable. Get it? Yeah, it's terrible. And my Twitch account gets banned. Bad pun. Bleh. Explode. I need a little explosion effect that I can just hit a button and it goes. But it's the knees are they move a lot. So especially this one I see tends to move a lot on her. The other one as well. And this is actually a good indication of the angle. So if you watch here, like watch the knee level here. It actually reverses right there. And then goes back. And then levels out here. So the knees are following the horse. And basically what I'm seeing is that as the foot contacts here for the horse, the knee on that side is up. On the other contact here, the knee is up on the contact there. So for the front legs, whatever leg is forward on the horse, that knee on the rider might be up. Now keep in mind, we're only looking at one piece of reference here. This could just be the way this person rides, not everyone. Now looking at this here, you can definitely see how stable those knees are. They're basically, it looks like they're just bouncing from the horse. Like as the horse's muscles tense and move, the knees are kind of trying to hold on, but they would have to be stable because you're literally holding on with these muscles right here on the leg. And you're squeezing the horse underneath you. You're not holding with your heels. And again, I've never ridden a horse, but from what I've been told from my family who has, if you do that, if you use your heels and your whole leg to wrap around the horse, when it's painful because they are very wide, it's like sitting on a big barrel. But also they don't like that. And that's when you get kicked off and bucked off. So you hold with your knees right here. So that makes the knees very stable in comparison. They're bouncing kind of with the motion of the horse. And so there's kind of this bounce here where as the horse kind of comes in here, we get the passing pose. And as this, the shoulder region here seems to like go back and like we get into that kind of pose there, it feels like that shoulder is actually pushing the leg out and the knee out ever so slightly. I could be wrong on that, but it would make sense because the whole shoulder area is like right here. So as that comes back, you can see how that's interacting with the leg right there. So it would push the knee out as it comes back. You also get it as an order. Okay, yeah. Yeah, so if you want... Okay, that makes sense. Okay, so looking at the knees, they're pretty stable. We have the side to side of the knee. We have the in and out. What else can we look at? The other thing I'm noticing is that as the hips go forward, because the knees are holding in place, in comparison, the knees are actually going back right here. And then as the body comes back, watch the angle of the hip to the knee. How it's straighter here, and then it bends there. So as the hips go forward, the knees go back, and as the hips go back, the knees go forward. So that creates this offset in there. It's contrast. Okay. So that's the knees. Now the feet, the main thing I'm noticing is that they stay far from the horse's side. They don't hang inwards. They're kind of out a little bit more. Additionally, the feet are not hanging. The character is wearing boots. So we have the line of the leg here, but the toes are not just kind of straight and like pointed downwards. Even though there's no stirrups here, that foot is kind of level with the ground. A little bit. You can see it tilting down here as well, but it's not hanging. And basically they're overlapping. As the foot comes down, so it goes up with the body, and then it comes down, and then it drags down. The tip of the toe drags down, and then back up. So it's just a nice little overlap right in there. And then it's kind of overlapping this way at the knee, kind of swinging. Okay. That's the hips and feet, the knees. Okay. Let's take a look at this. So let's look at the spine. So the spine is basically, it looks like it's countering the hips so that the body kind of, or the head stays in one place. So your hips are moving forward and back, but your head, so you're kind of doing this. I'm exaggerating here. This would probably be way too bad. So your hips are going forward and then back and then forward and then back. And your neck is trying to stay kind of stable. So your chest is kind of countering that motion a little bit. That's kind of what it feels like. Now, along with that, I would also assume, kind of looking at the front, is that you're doing the contrapposto. So as your hips are going one way, your shoulders are going the other, to kind of keep the stability in the walk. But I also feel like there's kind of a hitch to the movement. Ever so slightly. It kind of feels like the forward rotation is faster than the back, I think. Or no, actually I could be wrong on that. No, it feels like it's... Let me look at the side view here. I think it's going to be dependent on how the hips move against the spine there. Now there is quite a bit of back and forth. It's not just enough to stabilize the character. The chest is actually kind of, it's got a start-stop feeling to it. Now the head, looking at that, it's countering what the spine is doing. So as the spine goes back here, so as the spine comes back, the head feels like it goes down ever so slightly. As it goes forward, the head kind of feels like it comes up ever so slightly. So there's this kind of, it's not just the head overlapping, right, and just being limp like this. If I do that and you have the head bouncing, it's more balanced. It feels more controlled. Yeah, it would make sense if it's dependent on the way the horse walks. If they have kind of a sharp motion up, that would make a sharp motion in the body. Versus if they move sharply down, then you'd have the opposite. Yeah, the rhythm of the horse is going to be very important here. Even if like I put all of these down and go, this is exactly how it moves. If the animated horse is different, I need to make sure I match those. Now the hands, what I'm noticing is that she doesn't have a stirrup. She's just kind of riding without holding anything. And she's not leaning her hands on the horse. She's just kind of keeping her hands to herself. So yeah, I think that's going to be easy enough. It's just a little bit of kind of overlap in the shoulders and movement. That ties in what a coworker said, which was how you can do the riding by copying and offsetting curves from the horse. Okay, that's actually going to be an interesting thing. Let's see if we can actually do that. You can definitely send in the feedback. We'll go into Maya first, look at that, and then we'll jump into the feedback in a little bit. But definitely feel free to share that. Okay. So I think we've got a good idea of what's happening here. The other thing I'm noticing is the hips or the knees come down as the hips go forward here. And then it's not so much that they're going down. If you actually watch the spot on the horse, the knees don't really move that much, but there is some movement in there. Okay. So let's jump into Maya and see how we can set this up. So we've got the horse. Now this is going to be different for any shot that you're working on. Not all rigs are the same, so this is where we kind of have to explore the rig and trying to figure out how we would connect them all together. So I need Zelda here to follow the horse. I want to make sure that any animation changes on the horse, I'm not going to have to redo all of her animation. So I'm going to have to constrain her in some way. Now I could use, there's a few different controls. There is this core control here that moves the entire rig as a whole. I could use that. There's also this ground control that does the same thing, so I could use that as well to constrain the character to the horse. Okay. I might use the ground control. This way I still have this one in case I need an extra offset in there. So what I'm going to do is, I know which control I need to have the character follow the direction of the horse. Now what I'll need is to constrain it to the horse's control. And in this case, I don't want to constrain it to the hips or the chest, because the hip or the character doesn't move with those. They're moving kind of offset from those. I animated the horse in a previous stream a while ago, so it actually ended up working out that we're doing a horse animation now. So I've already got that pretty much done. And oddly enough, the head control is way out here for some reason. I don't know why. Interesting. So let's constrain the character. So I'm going to take this and okay, I'm going to create a locator. I could just do a straight constraint, but I want the ability to adjust things if something goes wrong, which most likely will. So I'm going to create a locator here, and I'm going to constrain it to the main mover control on the horse. So I'm going to take that. Let's go to constrain, parent, and turn off maintain offset. What this does is it will snap the locator. Actually, I don't want it in the horse. So let's do that again. So take that control, then the locator. Hey, we've got a nice Western song. It's awesome. I should be listening to like Westworld music or Wild Arms. So I'm going to constrain that there. Then I'm just going to delete the constraint and move the locator straight up. This will line it up with the move control here and just give us kind of a nice point of reference there. Now I'm going to take that locator and parent it to the mover. So not constraining, but parenting it to the mover control. What this means is that now it will follow that control, but I also have the ability to move it around if I need to. Then with that, I'm going to take the locator, then this ground control, and let's constrain it. Like that, with maintain offset turned on this time. What this does is now we get this. Character is moving with the horse, but only with the nice forward translation, not the offsets of the hips or anything else. It's just that straight line. So we've got that in place, and by having the locator, basically what this gives us is the ability to adjust the offset if we ever need to. We probably won't. So let's go in here. Now, the next thing I'm going to need to do is figure out what control sets that I want to use. Oh, interesting. What controls that I want to animate on the character. So, for example, right now she has IK legs, which means that if I move the body, the legs stay in place. That's good for a character who's walking. In this case, I need the knees to stay in place and the bottom of the feet to overlap. So IK is probably going to be more of a pain than anything. So I'm going to take both feet and set those to FK. The next thing is I'll also take that FK and make sure that I set the world space to 1. What this does is now if I move part of the body, so let's say the hips for example, the legs kind of stay in their orientation like that. They don't move with the hips. This will make it easier to animate the hips and the knees kind of with an offset. The arms, I could leave an IK. I could leave them an IK, but I think FK is going to be easier to just get a little bit of overlap because they're not really moving that much anyway. And then once again, let's set that world space. So now if I move the body, the arms kind of stay still. And then the same with the head. Let's set that to world space. This makes it so that the head angle stays straight. That way I'm not having to try and counter all the motion in the spine. Now, with this, rotation control there, control here. I'm trying to think how I want to animate the hips. Do the IK feet have different spaces? Because maybe you could put them in hip space so it follows a cog. I don't think the feet have different spaces on this one, unfortunately. If so, that would have been one of the things that I probably would have tested at least. Same thing with the hands. If the hands had like a hip space, I might just keep the hands in IK. That way I can just kind of animate a subtle up and down, or maybe even have the hands kind of touching the back of the horse. But without that, I could try, but I think it's going to be more of a pain than anything. We'll see. A space control would definitely make a difference there, though. Let's see. So we've got the legs pretty much set. The next thing I kind of have to think of is, how do I want the hips to attach to this rig? So I know that she's going to have to sit right about here, where the shoulder blades come down and the spine kind of ends right there. So she'll have to sit there. Let's actually get her kind of in place here. So just move her legs up so they don't cut right through the horse right away. And let's set that back to 0 there and move her up. Now I'm using the core control here on this rig to move her up so that way my other like controls are still zeroed out, which is going to be very nice for me. So she's going to sit probably right around here somewhere, like right where that V kind of comes in on the spine. Okay. So something like that. Now I've got my reference open on another window, so I'm just going to get the legs kind of in place here. The knees come down, not too much. And then these come down. That, okay, it needs to be wider. So it's not the knees holding on, it's the thighs holding on. So the knees can actually have a little bit of a gap against the horse there. Okay. So we've got that. Let's kind of move the hands kind of forward and out of the way. Okay. We've got that. Done. I think it's complete. There we go. If only. It looks fine. I think we've got it. Honestly, final, ready for render. But we've got the main motion now. So the character's following the horse. So at this point, I'm just trying to think of the technical details of what do I need. Yeah, it does look like a Barbie. Just arms out. I just need to straighten the legs. And then it'll be perfect. It'll like just a little toy. Oops. Just whoop. Like that. Yeah, we need a clapping emoji. There you go. That's a good one. I want to change my emojis to things that people would use. So if anyone has ideas for emojis that would actually be useful, like the drinking one, which I'm gonna actually take a sip right now. Definitely let me know. Emoji clapping. So we've got this in place. I've got the hips working. Those are following the horse. I've got the legs working. They are not going to be causing too much problem, and I can get some nice overlap in the knees and all of that. I've got the arms set. They're out of the way for now. I'm not focusing on the arms yet. If I could, I would actually turn off the arms. And I might actually create some selection sets. Some isolate sets for this. Just to focus on certain parts. Crying emoji. Yes, that's a good one. Ready to go? Yeah. A lol emoji, that would be a good one. A wave. Let's see. Sometimes I scale down limbs to 0.01 so I don't have to see them if the rig allows it. Let's see. Ooh, there is a scale. Oh, that's just a control. Okay. So actually, this is a good point. Let's say we want to do a raid emoji. That's actually good. I need to do more raiding, honestly. Raid and hype. So with this, let's say I needed to, if you want to scale, you turn on the stretch. Ooh, nice. Let's see. So stretch, and then, okay, that kind of works. Then I can take that, whip. Okay, that kind of works. I'll probably just need to scale down the foot too. This foot has a scale. That's cool that there's a stretch control. I like that. So yeah, I know it's so cool that Artstoff is actually in the stream. And like, for anyone who doesn't know, Artstoff is the one who created the Zelda rig here, and he does really awesome work. He also has an awesome Twitch stream. I need to put a link. You can find the link to his Twitch stream, I believe, down below here, below the video. But if you check this out, this is the link to the Zelda rig. Check it out. I love this rig. It's one of my favorite rigs to animate with because it's super fast and it just got a lot of controls that I like. Yeah, definitely check him out. Highly recommend. But before I get too sidetracked again, let's say you have a scene here where you want to just focus. In this case, I want to focus on the hips. I don't want to focus on the feet or the arms or even the head and anything else. Just the hips. What I need to do is I need to create a way to only see that element. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to set it so that I can select geometry right here. Okay. Now, I'm going to go to the Zelda rig here, and Clev, thank you so much for the follow. The horse looks sad. Yeah, it does have a little bit of a sad look, especially from the side here. I'd have to put a little smile to him. So let's say I just want to focus on the hips, which is probably going to be like the belt downwards. So I'm going to right click on this with the ability to, so I'm going to select the geometry, right click on it and select faces. And let's set, I want a little bit of the upper legs. I'm going to select probably there. Or actually, let's do in the center here. Okay, good. It's all one piece. So this is one very nice feature. If you want to select part of the rig that's kind of in the middle of a whole section, just select a face loop. So I'm selecting one face, holding down shift, double clicking on the face next to it, and I'll select all the way around. Now I want to select all the way up to the belt, all the way down the leg. But that's going to be a kind of a painful selection to do manually. So with this, I'm just going to hold down shift, or sorry, control, right click and hit grow selection and just select grow. What that does is it takes your selection and just selects all the faces next to it. Now with that, you just hit the G key, G as in gorilla, and that will repeat the last command that you did. So hit G, 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 G. And now we've got most of the selection in here pretty much done. Now I could probably go one more and then one more here. And now we've pretty much got all of that selected. We've got a little bit of the waist, which actually I might keep anyway. And then let's just double check that our selection of the leg is complete. Well, actually, it's... okay. So there we go. Make sure I don't miss anything. Always double check in wireframe to make sure you didn't miss any faces. Interesting. I wonder if I twisted a control here. Seems odd that the belt is twisted right there. So with that, I'm going to go to show, and open up isolate select. So with this, I'm just going to hit view selected, and that shows us just this portion of the character. Just that. Then with this, I also need to see the horse. So I'm going to select the horse's geometry. How much do I want to select? I could add the tail, the mane. Okay, good. That's all one piece. Select the face. Okay. And now, with all that selected, we'll hit add selected objects. That brings in the horse. And there we go. Now, with this, I can go to bookmarks, and I'm going to bookmark the current objects. And let's call that hips. And actually, let's call it Z hips for Zelda. Okay. So with this, now if I turn off view selected, we get the whole character in place. And if ever I need to turn that back on, I can just select Z hips and hit view selected. And there we go. I've basically made a selection set, isolate select set that allows me to just focus on one part of the body at a time without having to deal with any of the rest. And this could be used for hiding an arm, for just like the legs, anything that you want. It's kind of like proxy mode, but super powerful. You could have like hide everything except 2 fingers, so you could kind of focus on what the 2 main fingers are doing and then hide the rest. Like, the possibilities are endless with this, which I really like. A lot of people mention that a lot of rigs don't have proxy modes, which is annoying. If you know how to do this, you never need proxy modes really, other than for the speed. So let's see here. I did want to double check my controls because it does seem odd that the belt is twisted. I think actually that might be actually the rig, which would be nice if it had that kind of default twist to it. Okay, so we've got that. Okay, so with that, I need to figure out what controls I need to animate here. So I could animate the main hip control here. That would definitely get the motion through, and it would move the body. Do I want to do that? I might start with that. I could also move this hip control here, but I can't translate it, which is going to be a pain. So I think I'm going to stick with this one. So let's start with this, and I'm going to set a key here at the beginning. So we're going to create a cycle here. So let's actually find the contact frame. That's on frame 1. And then the next contact frame is here. 28 or 29? 28. Okay, set a key there. So with this, I've got my start and end of the cycle, and I'm just going to focus on the hips right now. Because this is such a connected motion with the horse, I could try to animate the whole body at the same time, but that might end up just slowing me down from understanding how the hips should move. So instead, I'm just going to focus on the hips and try to get that feeling right. Now, before I get started, I'm just going to take all my curves here in the graph editor, go to curves, pre-infinity, cycle with offset, curves, post-infinity, cycle with offset. This way, I've already got my cycle pretty much ready to go on the hips there. Okay. So, let's focus on those hips. And what I'm going to do for this is I'm going to animate in a layered fashion, where I want to focus on one control at a time. And Jumpaval, hello! So let's kind of think through this. So thinking back on our studies of what we had seen, the thing that I can do first is focus on the biggest movements. So I'm opening up the reference here. So here's our reference. So we were writing this down here. Where was it? It's near the start. So the biggest motion is the translate Z. That's the biggest thing that we're seeing. The forward, back, or the back and forth of the horse versus the hips. Now, if you want to animate in a layered or in a kind of pose-to-pose style way, basically I would just look at the hips here, and as the hips go forward, that means the hips would go forward here, and the horse's hips go down, that would bring the character's hips down there. So they're sliding along the horse ever so slightly. Now, I know that I could do that all manually, but I know that it's tied into how the horse is moving. It moves in a very tied together way. They are linked. So as the horse's hips come down, this pulls the hips back. As they go up, they push the hips forward. Okay. Well, if they're connected, I might be able to just take my translate Y of the hips, the up and down. That's kind of what's controlling the angle of the spine. Link. I see what you did there. The puns are off the charts on this stream now. We had stable and now we've got linked. So I'm going to take this curve and I'm just going to copy it. And let's go to our hip control here. And let's go to our translate Z, our forward curve. And I'm going to just paste it. So let's select that and go to edit, paste, and double check my settings here. I probably want to connect them together. This will make sure that I have that default pose there. Actually, before I do this, one thing I'm going to do on the hips is I'm just going to select everything and buffer the curves. This way I can see where they used to be. Okay, so translate Z. Let's take that, edit, paste. We'll connect it. And then do I want to merge it? Yeah, I think merging will just make it easier. No, actually insert. Or actually maybe replace. I never use replace. Place region, time range. Yeah. Okay. Let's try that. There we go. So now we've got animation for our forward curve. Let's see. No problem. Where's the options window coming from? For the paste options, if you just go to edit, paste, and click on that box there, that'll show all of this. And to see all of these images, you just make sure you check help images. And then that kind of gives you an idea of how the curves will react when you paste. I find that very helpful because otherwise it's just like, I hope it works. So the TY on the hips, you copy and paste on the TZ. That's what I'm hoping. Because the up and down is driving the character forward and back. Because as the hips are moving up and down, it's not so much that it's moving the character up and down, but it's affecting the spine of the horse, which is tilting, that's what's causing the character to move forward and back. But it's all connected. The up and down affects the spine, which affects the hip. So if we have this, now let's kind of focus here on the character. We have this. Now I need to make sure I know my directions. Now, this is another thing that can be very tricky. We have a character that's moving, and I'm trying to see the forward translation on the hips, but the horse is also moving, and this can be very annoying. So, on this horse walk, I actually built in a reverse layer, which basically makes it so the horse walks in place, and now I can just kind of watch the character moving in place here. So for example, if I hit play, now I can see this, and my camera isn't, I'm not losing track. So I can just kind of watch that. Let's actually make sure I get the cycle correct. We don't need to see the whole thing here. 28. So the next cycle would be, oops, not frame 2. 28. Let's go 54. And then 1 here. That way we can just play the cycle. Let's see. Is it possible to have a muted keyframe in the timeline? I mean, when you play it, it makes my not consider that particular keyframe. Not one keyframe. You have to do an entire curve. And that's because there's no real way for Maya to just ignore the one key and then interpolate what it should have been. So it can ignore the entire curve, the entire attribute, or kind of you just remove that. But let's say you did want to have like a moment where, okay, I don't want to focus on, let's say, this key down here. What you can do is buffer the curve and then just delete the key. And then you could even like clean it up so it's not going to be a pop. Like maybe something like that. And then if ever you want to bring the keyframe back, just revert the buffer. Now, I would be careful of that because if that buffer gets lost, you lose the key. But that would be the way you can kind of ignore a keyframe without it affecting everything else. If that makes sense. So we've got the character walking or kind of moving in reverse now. So let's focus on how the hips are moving with the horse. Buffer saves, and then you can have a lot of save stuff. Yeah, buffer saves would be awesome. Oh, the shelter in place sessions on AM, those are Q&As where you basically just hang out with a bunch of other alumni and Paul Allen, which is one of the mentors, and we just hang out and chat and kind of check in with how everyone's doing. And they're a lot of fun. I really like them. For anyone who's been in there, you can kind of maybe you have opinions on them that you think, but I really love them because it's just kind of getting to sit down and hang out with AM students, which I don't get to do enough of. I do a lot of classes, but not enough just listening to people talk and all of that. I'm usually the one talking in the classes, which is the point of a class, but I like to get to know people too. Yeah, and it's super chill. It's very nice. And Paul is super nice. He's just the sweetest guy. So let's see. We've got the forward translation here. Let's offset this. So I want it to be so that as the hips come up right here, it feels like the hips for Zelda kind of are still coming back and then get pushed forward and then slide back like this. So something like that. So now we've got that motion there. Now it's a little bit big. I think I could tone that down. So let's take that whole curve and just kind of maybe make it half. So something like that, maybe a little bit bigger. I'd rather exaggerate than under exaggerate. So something like that. And now we've got the basic motion in there. All we need to do is clean up our curve. So the thing I'm feeling right now is that it's kind of hitting too hard. It's almost like it's it's slamming her forward instead of slowly easing her forward. Not that it's really that hard, much of an ease, but like right here, I feel like there's going to be more weight to her, in the sense that she's got her whole body that is being pushed by this horse, and it just seems odd that it would just kind of be pushed so easily forward. So I'm going to just take this and maybe ease that in just a little bit more. So it starts off a little bit slower and then builds up speed. So we get maybe something like that. A little too much. A little bit more like this. Okay. Oh, take care, Lod. Hope you have a great day. So same thing here. Let's ease that back a little bit. And maybe just get rid of that key there. Keep the curve simple. Oftentimes simple curves are the nicest. Not all the time, but most of the time. So let's take a look at this. It definitely feels like it's moving too much. So kind of looking at it with the whole body here, we're really feeling that forward motion a lot. It's the biggest motion, but it doesn't mean that the character to be sliding up and down the whole length of the horse. Okay, so something like this. I wonder if I can offset it one frame back the other way. Kind of tie it a little. No, I think 3 frames is good, because it's 3 frames from the hip, but it's the spine that I'm looking at. The spine is going to be the thing that pushes her forward. And let's maybe take this and run it down the other way. Okay. One of James Baxter's horse shots in Shrek. I think he did. I never had Sean as a mentor, so I kind of heard it secondhand from Cameron, who was in. But I think he did. Yeah. James Baxter is the horse expert. It's so amazing to see his work. Let's see, so it comes through. I think it could almost start dropping a little sooner. Let's try pulling that back here just a little bit. And same thing here. Pull that 1 frame back. And round that out. I have 2 keys on here, I think. Yeah, there's 2 keys, one on top of the other. Let's get rid of that. That's better. I don't know how that happened. Okay. Push that there. He is an expert on everything. You see, if ever you see his animation on Enchanted, the dress animations he did there, it's like, how does he animate cloth so well? Just so good. Oh, nice, you got to meet him? I got to meet him in passing once, and he's just the nicest guy. That's good. But now I kind of feel, let's see. Comes back. And then the main thing is I want forward. I'll try one thing here. I'll take peek and move it over 1 frame. So what I'm trying to do right now is I'm trying to get the hips to really feel like they're tied into the horse's motions here. So really get it to feel like as the horse's back starts to come down, that causes the character to then start sliding back. So it's kind of up and then a little faster there. So maybe a little bit more like this. A little too fast right there. Now right here the hips kind of freeze a little bit too much. So let's kind of push that a little bit less. Okay. Let's see how that feels. I think that's pretty good. I might actually be able to scale it up a little bit. So basically, I'm trying to get this to feel tied into the motion of the hips. Now, I don't want to polish this up too perfectly, but just kind of getting it in the right spot, which I think this is pretty close for now. Oh no, my camera! Boop. There we go. That should be better. I don't know how long I didn't notice that. I got stuck in the animation. So we've got the hips translate Z. Let's actually focus on the next ones. So kind of building this up. So we've got the translate Z. We need the translate Y. Now the Y is going to be basically sliding up and down with the spine. So as the spine goes up, the hips go up. As the spine comes down, the hips come down. Now, once again, I could animate that either by kind of watching the spine curve and just kind of moving the character along with that. So for example, I see the spine going up here, so I move the hips up, move them down. The thing is, the hips, since they're moving forward and back with the spine as well, I might be able to use this curve that I just created for the up and down as well. So I'm going to take that and I'm just going to try copying it over onto this curve here. So we've got the hips going up. And we start getting that. Now it would need to be offset. Probably. Something like that. So now we're starting to get a little bit of that rotation in there. Now the problem with this is my arc is not correct. So if you remember the arc that I drew on the reference, let's see if I can find it here. This is the important part of taking notes. The hips are going up this way, and then back down this way. So it's going up first and then down. If we look at these hips, they go up. Oh, and my camera died again. No! My camera, it has been working hard these last few days. Lots of long Q&As. The hips are arcing kind of upwards like this versus kind of being pushed up. So as the hips come up right here, this needs to be more abrupt. Kind of like that. Hey, good Zelda music, yay! So it needs to kind of get pushed up over like that and then down faster here. So that's kind of probably bring that back there. And then let's see. Maybe start bringing it down here. Once again, same thing here. And foot curve. So really what I'm doing is I'm just trying to get the timing right here, so that we have that nice feeling of the hips arcing down as they come down and then up as they go up, because they're being pushed upwards. It's not sliding up, it's being pushed up. So that feeling right there. Whoop, that arc. And then they land and then slide back down. And then let's kind of push this a little. Okay. So it comes down. Push that a little bit more there. I've never played Persona games. I keep hearing that they're really good. One day I should just try to play one. Okay, this feels like one frame off. Okay. Now here, let's ease that. So it comes up, and then it needs to start coming down here, I think. Okay, so just trying to rebuild the curve, make it feel like we've got those arcs in there. Okay, this is too fast here. Something like that. I think I could probably just delete that key and do this. Okay. Let's look at the curve. See if we can exaggerate a little bit more. I think it's pretty good. So let's see how this feels. Yeah, that's pretty good. Now, it feels a little too tied into the horse's hips right now. But let's see if we can offset it. One frame. Oh, take care, Boromark. That was AFK making smoothies. Basically, we're just trying to get the hips to feel tied into the character's hips into the movement of the spine. So maybe right there. I think it might be too soon. Yeah. So something like, I guess right around there would be good. Yeah. Now, one thing I kind of want to do is push the E's into the hips here. They kind of feel like they drop down too fast right there versus kind of sliding down. So I might just take these and just try to push the curve a little bit more. There you go. I think that's better. Now it feels a little bit more slidey. Do I have GPU caching? Yes. So I am using cache playback. Now the red and blue, like you'll notice that it actually has another red line here and a blue line there. That's from Animbot, and those show me where my cycles are. So something like that. Now, one thing I'm kind of feeling is that it's a little even. So I'm going to look at my reference here and just kind of see how... That's pretty even. If anything, there's kind of a kick forward to it. Whereas this is kind of even. Now, the thing that I need to think of is where that forward kick is coming from. So let's try this, just as a test. Yeah, that feels better already. Kind of feels like the hips are being pushed forward now versus just easing forward. Okay, something like this. Okay, now the next thing is we did look through what our curve strengths are. The translate Y is less than the translate Z. If we look at both of our curves here, they're about the same size right now, which means that my intensity is about the same for both. That's not really correct from what we had seen in the reference. So all I really need to do now is tone this down. Maybe like right around there, a little less. So now the forward motion is the big motion, and we've just got this nice, simple kind of kick forward to the character. So something like that. Okay. We've got that. Okay, we'll leave that alone for now, and we'll come back to it. Now, we've got some side-to-side motion. Well, the side-to-side motion is coming from the chest and the hips. So I could take the side-to-side motion of either of those and work with that. Now, the hips are moving way more than the chest, so that's probably going to be the thing that I would use. There's also this center control here. But you'll notice that it doesn't have keys. But this is the control that, if we could follow this, this is where the hips are. It's in the middle of the spine. Wouldn't that be nice to have? But I can't copy keys from it. So what do I do? Well, this is where we can get a little creative. We know that the hips should follow this control. So, what if... Let's try this. I'm going to take the hip control and I'm going to constrain it to the side to side. I noticed that I hadn't saved, so it's like, maybe I should do it. Just in case. So we've got the side here. So I'm going to go to constraints and I'm going to create a point constraint. I'm going to open up the options and I'm only going to constrain the translate X. So this is the side to side of the hips. So let's add that. So what this means is that the character's hips are now going to go side to side with this control. Right there. We get the side motion there. But that's a constraint. We don't want that because suddenly we can't key anything. So let's take that translate X and I'm going to try this. I never use this tool. I'm going to go to curves and then bake channel. And I'm going to do let's do a bake from frame 1 to frame 28. That's the length of our cycle. And we're going to sample let's try every frame just to make sure we have there. So with that gets us the side to side motion of the hips because we took that constraint and then we baked it out. Now I can just delete the constraint. So let's go in here, delete the constraint, and the hips should still be moving side to side. There we go. So we took animation, and can you show what you did to bake it, please? So with the regular baking, if you go to edit, keys, bake simulation, this is going to bake all of your keys on everything, which is okay, but I only need one attribute. So instead, go into the graph editor and you can go to curves and bake curve, or sorry, bake channel. This will only bake that one curve. That's it, or whatever curves you have selected. It's not going to delete the constraint. It'll just take that animation that was on the constraint and make it into keys, and then you can use the blend parent to switch, or in my case, I just don't need the constraint anymore, so I deleted it. But this gives me that side-to-side motion that was not from a specific control. And the thing is, what I can do with this is, if you really want to go crazy with it, I could constrain the hips to 3 or 4 different controls, and that's going to get the hips to move like in conjunction with all of them, because constraints will work on, you can have multiple constraints. Then bake that out, delete the constraints, and now you have a set of motion that is not from one specific control, but from a set and series of controls. And then you can animate from there. So you get this more detailed animation without much work. Now, this curve is not ideal right now because, well, you can see it's kind of boring and lots of keys. So if I wanted to, I believe there's a tool here in Animbot that will clean up the curve. It'll add or remove detail. I forget which one it is. World space. Share keys, no. Nudge right, no. Honestly, I don't use these tools that often. I probably should. But remove extra keys. I'm sure there's a tool in here that will remove, like, add or remove keys on a curve. But I forget what it is. There's something in the graph. Curve simplify. Let's see. Curves. Oh, simplify curve. Let's see about that. So I've never really used this, so let's see. Ah, there we go. That did it. Hey. So that helps already. Now I'm dealing with a lot less curves in the graph editor. I'm not a fan of dealing with a lot of, sorry, not curves, keys. So we've got this, and now what I can do is just take these and simplify. So let's add a little ease in and ease out. Maybe clean that up there. So something like this. Now we've got this nice clean curve done. Florian used to sit next to me and he would have Florian teaches me things sessions. That's awesome. That is one of the biggest things about working at a studio that I love, is that kind of random tips that you just get and it's like, oh, I never knew that. And it's so helpful. If I had only known that like 10 years ago, oh, wouldn't that be nice? So let's see how this feels here. So now we're going to have that side to side of the hips. It's a little simplified. And it's moving with the horse. Let's see if I offset it 1 frame. How does that feel? I think I kind of like the offset. It makes it feel just like she's kind of bouncing off of it. Now, the next thing I can do is just scale that curve down. So I'm gonna just scale it, and this should be very slight. She's stabilizing herself. Even though she's moving with the spine, it's not going to be like perfect. So maybe something a little bit more like that, maybe a little higher. Oops. Control. I'll just even that out there. Make it a little bit bigger. Okay. There we go. So now we've got the main rotations in the hip, or sorry, main translations in the hip. And I think it's a good start. Definitely need a little bit more work. And let's make sure I go to this view, show, isolate, select, and reset that. So we've got that. So we've got the hip moving and it feels tied to the horse. Now we need the rotations. The rotations are going to be also very important for this. Now, again, this is where you take notes. I was starting with a TZ and RX of the hips and it was not good. Yeah, whenever I'm approaching stuff like this, the first thing that I do is I try to figure out what are the most intense rotations or translations, and then I just work through those. And usually I'll do translations first and then rotations, typically. Not all the time, but usually I find that works pretty well, because translations usually kind of create the base motion and then the rotations add to it. So, looking at this, we know the order of our rotates in terms of intensity. And this is, again, what's very important. If I didn't mark this down, if I didn't think about this at the beginning, we would be reaching this point in our animation and just going, okay, let's add some rotations in here, yeah. But we already know what we want. We want the hips to, as they're sliding back, the hips are going to curve kind of in like this. And then as they're going forward, they kind of straighten up a little bit. So, with that, we know that those rotations, because the hips are, as they're rotating, they are sliding against the horse, which means the translation of the hips is what's causing a lot of the rotation as well as kind of spine adjusting. So if I take my translate Z curve, let's copy that, and then paste it onto my rotate X curve, edit, paste. Let's see what we get. And already we're starting to get something a little bit more interesting. We're getting that. Not quite right. So this is where we have to kind of think, what do we want? So as the character slides back, they should lean back a little bit. So I'm gonna put this point here where I want it to be. So I want her to maybe be this far lean back. And then as she gets to this point, let's lean her forward. I don't think it's as forward there. But now we get that. Okay. So she comes back. And forward. I wonder if I offset it one curve forward, one key forward. Back. Honestly, I think it's a combination of the two. So I think as she's going forward, there's a little bit of kind of a drag back. So there's going to be this offset here. But as she kind of goes this way, that would start to react sooner. Let's try this. No, wait, that's not right. So it's this. Let me double check the reference. Okay. So it comes through, rotates. No, I think I've got it backwards. So as it comes here, we're seeing more rotation that way as it slides. What we've got here? No, yeah, I've got it backwards, I think. Let's take the curve and let's I want to flip it. Because that's back. Oh yeah, I do want to flip it. So as the character gets pushed forward, yeah. Let's take the curve and scale it. And I'm gonna flip it. So let's see how this feels. Yeah, that's better. Yeah, it helps when you've got it in the right direction. So now we've got that. Now it definitely needs to be refined, but I think that's pretty good for now. Like, honestly, it definitely needs more work, but I want to make sure I have the other rotations. Let's see. I really need to learn more graph editor stuff, or my stuff in general. Learning the graph editor is super helpful. It's amazing. And Nicole Hare, yeah, she is the master, the wizard of the graph editor. Let's see. And Brian, hello. So let's close or pause that for now, and let's add the other rotation. So rotate Z. So this is the side to side of the hips. And this is basically going to be the hips going up when the contact happens with the foot, and then on the next contact, the hips are up here. So this is following kind of the rotation of the chest a lot. Because the rotation of the chest is kind of affecting the position of the legs. Now I could either take the rotate Y or the rotate Z of these here. They're both going to be about the same. I think I'm going to take the rotate Z just because interesting. Let's try saving that. Okay, good. And 20 friend, thank you so much for the follow. Someone who's dressed in bear hockey, just squeezing it. Let's see. Working on the devastation poses, nice. Devastation is hard. A very hard pose to get through clearly, but it's a very important one. So let's look at our rotate Z, and let's paste that curve there. Now it's a little offset here, so let's bring it so it's about even. So something like that, and see what we've got. So basically what I'm going to look for is look for the front contact there, and then if we remember here, the hip is the opposite of that contact there. So if the front foot is contact, the front right foot, the left hip is going up. So we want to make sure that that rotation here is, let's see, we've got the front right, so it should be left hip up. So I think I'm going to actually flip the curve and then offset it. So we get something like that. I think let's scale it up a little bit. I always like to try and scale curves up just because it makes it easier to see if it's actually lining up with things. And let's actually look at our isolated view. Something like that. It's definitely a little too much, I find. That's actually not bad. Kind of feels like it's moving with the horse. I might just need to clean up the curve a little bit. I'm noticing a little flat there. Let's see. Let's see if I offsetted one frame. Oops. Although it is offset quite a bit already. Let's see. Contact. Let's see. I think I can offset it maybe this way a little bit more. So at the contact it's kind of reaching its peak. And let's see how that feels. A little too in sync. Offset maybe 2 frames. So this is a layered animation, and for anyone who's just jumped in, this kind of animation style, this is what we'd typically call layered, where we're just kind of working on one attribute at a time, adding it in, see how it works. I don't normally work with this when I'm doing, like, for example, the horse walk. I kind of worked in a slightly layered, but it's also a little bit of pose to pose. This is pure layered animation. And the reason I like this is, especially if you have 2 characters that are interacting with each other, it makes it much easier to figure out what is going wrong and what needs to be fixed. So just kind of really tying things down quickly. So apex of RZ is the contact. Kind of, that's what I saw in the reference, but when I did that, so if I put the, where's the contact? Right there. If I put it at the apex, it felt like it was too in sync. It felt like the hips and the feet of the horse are just like, it's, I don't know, it feels robotic somehow. So I just kind of offset it by 2 frames afterwards so that the foot hits first and then the hips kind of hit the apex. just a little bit. I kind of feel it gives a more natural feel to it. So it's kind of like passing pose. Yeah, kind of. It's basically as the shoulder is reaching, the reach is the biggest rotation right there in the Y. So I copied the rotate Z, but what we're really looking at is the shoulders. The shoulders are what are affecting the rotate Y here. Because the shoulders go forward and back, that is pushing her legs, and then in conjunction her hips, over as it's doing this. So as you get to the contact pose, that's the most extreme shoulder positions for the horse, which is going to push the legs and the hips into their most extreme position as well. So that's the way I'm kind of viewing it right now. And it seems to make sense. I might be totally wrong. So we'll see. Let's see. And Jack, thank you so much for the follow. I just got in, but I'm curious. How do you deal with the forward translation of the hips and chest while maintaining their relationship? So the way I animated the forward motion is I just animated this main root control. This was the forward translation. So I just got the speed. You'll see the curve is actually perfectly straight. There's no bend to it whatsoever. So I just set that. That's my speed for the horse. After that, I animated the individual chest and hip controls, and I just animated those going forward and back ever so slightly. And that creates that little squash and stretch of the horse, and that kind of speed up, slow down of the hips, that natural wave, not the robotic mechanical straight line. But they're just kind of doing a little bit of a wave, very simple wave, on top of a nice straight curve. So I'm layering my controls in order to keep the motion simple but effective, if that makes sense. If you were to try and use both IK controls and move those forward and use those as kind of the way to animate that forward translation, then it's very easy to start getting offsets where one control is starting to get too fast, one's going too slow, all of that. So I move the horse with this root here. That's 90% of the actual motion. And even if he was running, that would be 90% of the motion. And then the IK chest and hips are there to just kind of counter that. Am I ever in a rig? It doesn't do that. Can you update the reference in your rig? If you reference in your rig, you can go into the reference editor, which is on my other monitor here. Open up the Gorgeous rig and just update it right here. So for example, this is version 1.5 right there, which I thought I had updated it. But I think I have 1.6, so I could just change it here, 1.6, 1.6, and then hit reload and it would update. I'm not going to do that now because I don't want to break anything. But that should get you that control. Oh, Jake, thank you. I'm glad you like the music. Video game music for me is very good for my workflow. I find it kind of keeps my brain active, or else I start getting distracted on too many things. And for the most part, like sometimes there's songs that are more distracting than anything, but for the most part, video game music is designed to be in the background, which is very good for when I'm working. Film scores, mainly John Williams. I've got the whole Star Wars soundtrack. Sometimes I'll just listen to that just for the fun of it. It's so good. John Williams is amazing. Yeah, exactly. Video game music is designed to keep your brain active, but also not distract. So it's there to kind of keep you engaged. So for me, I love video game music to begin with. Like, it's just my favorite kind of music. So I just really like it. Maybe I don't want to move the hips too far forward there. And Simphy, thank you so much for the follow. Okay, so we've got our Z and X rotates. Those are pretty much done. Now we just need the Y rotate. And with the Y, It's going to be similar in the fact that it's going to be the rotation of the body underneath the underneath her that is moving it. So the twisting of the spine. Now, once again, I could take either the shoulder, get those rotations in there, or I could take the spine, or sorry, the hips, take those. But neither of those are really rotating where she is. I think the shoulders would be the closest. I could also try to take the spine control here, but I'm going to try taking the shoulder. I think it's going to be the easiest. I'm going to just... Oh, interesting. Keeps coming up with that error whenever I copy a curve. So let's copy this curve. Yeah, interesting. Let's see, does it do it if I just go to edit, copy? No, interesting. So let's take that, take our rotate Y, and my translate Y kind of looks like it needs some work there. For now it's fine. Okay, now let's go edit, paste. Okay, so let's see how this feels. So contact pose there. What is happening here? And again, because we're setting this to begin with, I'm going to crank it up a lot. That way I can see the relationship of the two controls. And then I can tone it down afterwards. So the rotate Y is going to be a tricky one to spot. I would almost assume that it's following the hips, or sorry, the chest of the horse. So as this leg comes back, this would push this leg back as well, which would just twist the body, but with a slight offset because they're sitting on the spine. So I think it'll be pretty close. So as the front leg is forward here, for example, that should be when that same side is also forward. Okay. So let's say something like that, but then we offset it. Now would it be offset this way? I kind of think the other way almost. No, that kind of feels weird. Almost feels like she's leading the horse with her hips. Like it's puppeteering the horse. Which is kind of strange. Maybe just one frame. Let's see. And Scared Ace, hello! So something like that. Okay. So maybe one more frame. What I'm looking at is the shape of the torso versus the rotation of her hips. I think one more frame back there. And that feels pretty tied together. Okay. Let's tone this down quite a bit. This is the smallest rotation. If I look at all my curves here, the Y should be the most subtle. Looking at my chart again, X should probably be the biggest, and then Z. So let's try cranking this up a little bit. So crank that up there. And take the Z, maybe crank that down just a tiny bit there. So now we have X, Y, Z, and their levels of intensity. And let's see what that gives us. And once again, let's update this. Okay, and let's just kind of focus on that. So we get this, which is feeling pretty good. I think my translate Z is a little too strong for this. The walk isn't quite that that intense. Not quite yet. I'm just gonna finish these hips here, and then we'll go into some feedback. I just don't want to lose my train of thought here. So translate Z. So translate Z was the main one here. My translate X is really high, but that's fine. That's moving with the hips of the, or the spine of the horse. So let's tone that down a little bit there. See what we get. Let's see. Yeah, I think that feels better. Just a little lower. Oh, interesting. Let me check the settings here in just a second. I'm just gonna tone that up a little bit more. So there we go. We basically have the hips in place. Is it perfect? No. It definitely needs to be kind of refined a little bit, especially in the rotate X. I find it's not quite right. I wonder if I can maybe just, oops, not scale, offset it. That kind of, I don't know if it feels better or not. Maybe halfway. Yeah, basically the way I'm looking at the rotate X is that it's going to be countering the slide a little bit. Yeah, that's a little too much. So what I'm looking at here is, as it goes forward, it should kind of drag back, because the hips don't want to be thrown forward, really. So get that kind of dragging motion happening here. Maybe a little bit more intense. So that, and the hips slide back. I wonder if, sorry, just thinking. I wonder if I can hold this just one frame longer. And we get that. Yeah, maybe. So it just holds a little bit more, and then we kind of get that like hit in there, just a little bit. Kind of get that weight in the body. Now it's a little too much right now. So let me undo. And just let's see. Something like that. There we go. So we'll call that for now. Yeah, when you see it with a chest, it's definitely going to be a lot more noticeable. Now, with this is when we can now start to figure out what else do we want to animate. Like, do we start with the legs? Do we start with the chest? Either would be a good direction. I might go with the chest first. Usually I would go with the legs, but actually, no, let's start with the legs. The reason I'm going to start with the legs, and I'm not going to do it right away, I'll look at the feedback here. The reason I'm going to start with the legs is that the legs interact with the horse. There's going to be very specific things that we need to have happen with these legs, or else it's just not going to work. Which means that if something has to then, if we do the legs and then something changes in the body, or sorry, if we're doing the legs and then something changes in the hip, that means everything above that is going to change. So I would rather, now that we've got the hips in there, start working on the legs, get those in there, they're interacting with the horse. Once all of that is done, the body just stays upright. That's really all it does. And then I'm done. So in this case, I'm going to go with the legs first. But before we do that, let's go into some feedback. So if anyone has feedback they want me to take a look at, let me actually also save. Definitely feel free to post a link, because I don't know if the chat still has the links. It was a while back now. Okay. Now, while that's happening, let me come through here, and I'm going to create a new selection set. So let's view selected here, boop, like so. I'm going to select the faces of the legs. So all that. So that should be all of it. And I'm going to add the selected objects into the viewport here. Oh. Okay, let's take this then and just remake a new selection. Okay. So we'll do this. It's running a little slow. We'll grow the selection. Might be something selected there. Nope, nope, don't want to do that. Why are you running so slow? Okay. So grow that selection again. Oh, the God of War. Gears of War. That was close. Okay. Okay, so we've got the torso now. So something like that. Then let's select the horse. So slow. Why are you so slow, Maya? Okay. Like that. Okay. Got all of it. So let's go to show, isolate, select, view selected. Okay. Okay, make sure we uncheck that bookmark. That's what was causing the issue. And then let's add a new bookmark. So Z legs. What did I just spell? Okay. So deselect it all. There we go. So make sure we have the legs selected there, and voila. Now we'll be able to start getting into those. And I might have to tone down the rotation. Looking at it with the legs in place, it definitely, you see it a lot more. But before we get into that, let's actually open up this Sync Sketch link here. Nice. Okay. So let's take a look here. Very nice. Nice. So overall, I think it's working very nicely. Let's see. Let me look through here. So he's jumping. The first thing I would recommend is really watching the kind of bouncing ball mechanics of the squirrel here. So, for example, as he's jumping here, you've got this squash pose there, and then he's kind of floating upwards. He's not jumping, he's floating. And the reason this is feeling that way is that the squash and stretch is not tying into the jump really. I can see that there is a stretch here as he kind of gets to the peak, but it's kind of just doing its own thing while he's jumping. In order to get this jump to feel correct, as he's jumping up here, let's add that. His butt is basically going to have to stay in place until he stretches. So this would be the stretch pose here. And then that's when he's going to leave the ground. So you get that stretch first. I'd actually aim this a little higher up here. And then as he comes up to the peak, then he'll squash down back to his kind of normal size here. So you get something like that. And actually, that would be the peak here. So you get something like this. And then as he's coming down, you get the squash pose as he hits the ground. But as he's coming down, he would have to stretch down towards the ground. So you start getting something more like this. This bouncing ball mechanic. And that's going to get you that nice impact. Then when he lands, he can squash down a little bit more. And then if he's jumping again, same thing. Make sure you get that stretch. And then come into the peak and go revert back. So watch that through all of the jumps. So this one's feeling better. So you can see how he's stretching. Don't let him leave the ground yet. Keep the hips on the ground and then pop him up. Now as you're jumping, also watch the curve that you're creating. You're kind of getting this S curve in the body, ever so slightly. Try to keep it a nice simple curve that kind of points in the direction that he's going into. Now once again, once he reaches the peak, the body would kind of come back to a normal size, and then it would stretch coming back down here ever so slightly before hitting that. And I would probably add one more frame where he kind of squashes down a little bit more. This will add that softer impact because he is made out of fur and skin and bones, not a solid ball. Okay. So all of those same things apply right through here as well. Really pushing that squash and stretch. Now, okay. Now, the overlap on the tail will definitely have to be pushed a lot more too. Overlap is one of the trickiest things. The biggest thing to watch out for is the moment that the character jumps and lands on something. So, for example, here, he's curling up and he's about to jump. So you get the tail in this pose here. as he jumps, imagine that tail is pushing down and it's almost throwing him upwards in the air. And the tail is going to want to follow the curve that it is creating. So this means that on this frame, the tail is following the body, but it's also trying to stick where it used to be. So the tail would actually be, let's clean this up here, kind of down here, being pulled downwards as the tail is being pulled, or the base of it is being pulled up there. Then here it would be something like this before kind of curling through, and then as he starts reaching the peak, that's when the tail kind of starts curling up and over. So something like this. You'll notice that when I draw it for animation, it's very kind of loose. This is on purpose. I don't like to draw very cleanly because it makes it so that I'm more focused on the movement and not the specific forms, mostly because I'm not that good at drawing like consistent proportions and stuff. So it just makes it easier for me. So at this point, the tail would be kind of dragging. And then here, you would start to feel that impact. And then the rest of the tail would kind of pull down before being pulled back up here. So you get something like that. I shouldn't have done it in white. But if we turn that off, now you'll see that you get that. This overlap. So pushing that and really focusing on how the tail follows the body instead of the tail just kind of moving up when the body moves up, down when the body moves down. The tail overlaps, so it goes in a slightly offset path. Now, for the head here, the main thing to watch out for is if it's just a head and there's no other way for it to move, watch that it doesn't slide on the ground. If it's rolling back, really try to get that feeling of the ball rolling on the ground and not sliding on the ground. It's going to be very tricky, but it's going to really create that sense of physicality with this head creature. Right now, because it slides kind of right here and then slides back there, it makes it feel like it's not actually in the space. It might be floating, it might be flying. It creates that kind of uncertainty, and that it breaks the illusion of reality in the scene. So just making sure that as it rolls back, it actually rolls on the ground and then tilts up and then rolls back down is going to be very important. Like this feels good right about there. It's still a little slidey. For the amount of rotation he's doing, he should kind of move further. But that feels better. If you feel that making him roll is going to be too much of a pain or like move him out of place, have him anticipate and then do a little hop, just a tiny little one, and then kind of sit back into place and turn while he's in the air. So that way he's not just sliding on the ground. And then I would just watch out for the eyes. As the eyes are opening here, make sure that we can see the pupils even like here. So I have the pupils a little lower, and you can see even just by doing that, the character feels more interesting. We see those pupils come up, and then they might kind of cross through on the blink, kind of push them down a little bit more. During blinks, we always want to see a little bit of the pupils, just because it'll make the character feel more alive, even if it's just a little bit. And basically what this is this is what I typically call zombie eye syndrome, where we're just seeing pure white on the eyes, which tends to feel very strange. So yeah, and then watch that the eyes don't slide here. Eyes move very quickly. So if he's looking up here, if he's going to look down, have one frame of motion right there where they move down for one frame, and then on the very next frame here, they would be in the final position right there. So on this frame, they would already be down here. And then just make sure the eyelid moves with the eye. Yeah. So those would be my main notes for you. Do you have any questions on any of that? And Avril, thank you so much for the follow. Awesome. Really good work on this. Let's see. Oh, and actually one last note. This is just kind of a presentation thing. I would just add a ground plane to this. So having some sort of ground plane instead of just the pure black, it's going to help make us see where the contacts are. And then if you turn on ambient occlusion in Maya, that'll give us shadows, which we can use to see those contacts a little better. Oh yeah, and then the other thing is that chest control. So this one here. So, oops, make sure I can select that. That's the root. So, air visibility should just be there. Why wouldn't it be there? Oh, I see. The front legs, chest. Oh, so you're not seeing the big yellow controls here? That's odd. Let me just open up a new copy of the scene. So I'm just going to open up another instance of Maya here, and then I'll open up the rig. And see how it comes in. Oh, it's follow. Okay, interesting. Okay, so the IK controls weren't following the okay, yeah, that attribute. Okay. Interesting. I'm glad you were able to find that attribute. Definitely makes it a lot easier, at least for me. I find it much easier to animate the motion in this way. See. Now we've had a little bit of a break. I'll keep the rotation of the hips a little bit more extreme. I might tone them down later, but we'll see for now. So, let's animate the knees first. So, the big thing that we were noticing in the knees is that they're separate from the horse, so we're holding with the thighs. There's not that much motion in the legs, the upper legs, because they are holding very tightly. But with that said, they are holding in one place. So as the hips come forward, the legs have to kind of counter that motion to keep the knees almost in place, in one spot. So let's see. What else do we see here? one thing I'm seeing is that the legs kind of twist with the horse. So if he's walking this way, the legs go out that way. Other contact, they're kind of going not that much, but a little bit more this way. Okay. So the main thing that we want to avoid is the legs feeling try to avoid the legs feeling they're bouncing or overlapping, because they're not really. The lower parts of the legs are kind of, but up here, this is trying to hold in place. So, how do I want to do this? The other thing that we had noticed is that the knee is affected by the shoulder, where the shoulder, as it goes forward here, it pushes the knee up. Okay. Now, was it up or out? Let's see. Okay, so on every step on the contact, the knees tighten up and then they loosen, and then right after the contact they tighten up again. So like right, it's not right on the contact, but like just a few frames after, the knees tighten and then they kind of flare out on the passing pose. And that would be the rotate. Rotate Y? Yeah, probably a little bit of rotate Y. Okay. So you flare out on the passing and then kind of come in on the contacts. So which one do I want to start with here? Probably the other rotations, and then I'll do the Z on its own. Let's see. Z, X. Okay. Yeah, I'm not going to end up with gimbal lock too bad here. But I still want to make sure I keep this clean. So I might actually work in gimbal mode for this. So we've got our contact here, and then frame 28 is our other contact. Let's set a key here. Let's make sure it is cycling with offset. Okay, let's see. Do you have any motivational quotes while I learn anatomy? While I'm starting with nose, then might do eyes and mouth and see. Really, I don't know if I have any motivational quotes, but the big thing I would do is study anatomy, as in actual anatomy, not cartoon anatomy. Just make sure that's what you're doing. So look up actual like anatomy figures of how the nose is constructed. Try to find the planes of the nose. So what this means is that instead of thinking of the nose or any part of the body really as kind of this soft form, it's like, oh yeah, it's a nose and it's big and round, and you've got the bridge of the nose, and okay, we've got a nose and you've got the nostril there. Try to think of more the structure of it. So for example, the nose, you have the bridge of the nose that comes in here, kind of stops at kind of a point there, then breaks to the cartilage. The shape of the cartilage is kind of this triangular, and this is where I haven't studied the nose in a while, but it's like a triangular shape there that then kind of comes down and then builds into the nostril here. That builds into the plane of the nose on the side over here. And then you get the round end there. So trying to figure out the actual forms is going to be very important. It's not just a matter of just drawing the shapes that it creates. It's the form of it. Like imagining, okay, is it a cube here? And then that kind of leads into a circle there with kind of a flare right here, another circular shape here. Things like that. That can be very, very helpful. Okay, so let's get this knee in place here. So let's find the passing pose here. Now I could copy some curves, but in this case I want to pose it out. There's no curve that I can really key that'll get this leg to match exactly what I need. So we've got that. Let's look at our other contact right here. So that knee would be in there a little bit more, tighter. And then we've got our passing right about there. Passing right about here. That's when the knee flares out. Okay. So just like that, we get something like this. It's not perfect, but it gives us the structure. I think it would hold a little bit more after the contact, most likely, before the knee then kind of gets pushed out, and probably would come in a little harder. So let's see here. Now I'm gonna get a lot of cutting into the rig. I'm not really worried about that right now. Really what I'm worried about is just getting a nice clean feel to this. So maybe something like that. I think this could be like a frame after. Okay. So let's see how that feels. That's actually not too bad for a start. I kind of feel like it hits a little too hard right here. Where is it? Right there. That's hitting a little too hard. So let's actually ease that a little bit more. Something maybe a little bit more like that. Or else it'll feel like she's kicking the horse. Yeah, so something like that. I could tone it down, but for now I'm going to keep it up. Let's see. So, clean up my curves here. I'm picky. And then even here, let's actually add another E right here, just to hold that a little longer. So just get more of that. Okay. Now, rotate Z. This is going to be the forward motion on the leg. And this is going to be a tricky one. Because basically that knee is trying to stay in place. Or not so much the knee, but like right here on the hip. Or sorry, the calf. So, I need to check to make sure that that point on the body, not here, let's look at here, that point on the body, it kind of feels consistent. Now how far do the knees, oops, that's a nose, they go quite a ways. So the down pose on the horse is when the legs are at their most kind of extreme this way, and then kind of feels like it's the up pose, maybe ever so slightly at the contact, that the legs kind of even out, and then they go down on the down again. So, no, actually, no, wait. So contact, that's when it's at its highest, or just after the contact. Okay, so contact is at its highest, down is at the lowest, but on the opposite. So when we contact with that foot, that knee should be at its highest, and when we go to the down pose or the other contact, be at the lowest. So down as the opposite goes forward. Okay. So let's take a look at this. So that leg is forward. This leg should be down. Then we get to the next contact. We'll start with the contacts first. That should be up, which makes sense because it's trying to follow the that leg, so as it stretches forward, it's going to stretch that leg with it. Okay, so something like that. So already that kind of helps. Not great, but let's see. So on the down, that's when I was feeling the leg was at its lowest. So I'm gonna push that a little lower here. I'm just gonna get the basic motion in place, and then I'm going to refine it. Then it goes up. Probably one frame sooner here. And then let's see. That's actually not too bad. So I want to tie it into the feeling that the musculature of the horse is what's driving the leg forward and back. So something like that. Let's actually just offset this. No. Okay. I really like this song. This is on frame 15. So what I'm gonna do is just shift Four, okay. 28. Okay. So I'm just changing the offset in the curve here, so that I have an easier time to. Since the downs are the most extreme, I don't need to have more keys than I need to deal with. Just keep this much simpler. Okay. Something like that. Okay. So as it's going forward here, kind of feels like maybe it's just going too high here. Okay. So let's see how that feels. Not going to be perfect, but try to get that tied in. Okay, not bad. Definitely needs work. Right now, the main problem is that it doesn't feel like it's holding the horse. It's just kind of moving. So as it's coming forward, I'm just watching kind of this point of the leg and the body of the horse. Okay, does it feel like it's sticking? So, hey, that's awesome. Hello to Dave as well. Okay. So, let's move that back a little bit here. Now, another way you can do this, let's actually show this because it's actually can be very helpful. Basically, I want the calf here, sorry, not the calf, the quads, the upper leg, to follow a point on the horse. So, let's create a locator here. And I'm going to select the horse geometry. We'll see if this works. And I'm going to select a point right where I want the leg to follow approximately. Then we'll take the locator and hopefully this will work. We're going to do a point on poly constraint. Turn off maintain offset and add that. So what that does is it locks that locator onto the horse's geometry, which means that even as he's stretching and moving, that locator is going to follow that point. What this gives me is basically a point to look at to see if I'm getting some slipping. Red, let's make it like, I don't know, something really noticeable. Blue, yeah, that works. So now I can kind of look at the geometry of the leg and see if I'm getting off of that point, which you can see I definitely am. So for example, rotate Z. Let's say we'll keep our down as the main pose here. So it goes there. Then we go to the next pose here. Let's bring that back, line that up. Go to the next pose. Line that up approximately. Then line this up. And we'll see what we end up with. And it kind of goes up and then back down. Interesting. When do you think you know you are done? When you get bored of drawing the anatomy? So it depends on like what you mean. Like, are you done your session? It's whenever you're done with it. But when you're done studying the nose is when you really understand it and can draw it from any angle. Until that point, you should always be studying whatever it is. So, for example, hands. You'll practice, and you'll eventually kind of get tired of it. Once you get tired of it, you can move on to another body part. But you should basically always keep practicing your anatomy and your kind of those skills until you can draw them without even thinking about it and get it pretty much spot on. That might never happen, in which case part of being an artist, the same thing goes for being an animator, is that we're going to be practicing these skills for the rest of our lives. There's not going to be a point where we go, and I'm done. I don't think I need to learn any more now. We're good. No, it's not going to happen. You're going to be doing this like that's the job now. So really making sure that you just kind of understand that anatomy is going to be very helpful. Yeah, that's not going to work. So let's simplify this. So we'll hit our main poses. And this goes again for anything. Like as an animator, I'm always trying to practice things that I feel like I'm struggling with. Things that I feel like I haven't quite got a firm grasp on yet. And that's not a bad thing. We always want to keep improving ourselves. But that also doesn't mean that we should be doing it every single day, all the time. We should take breaks and kind of not feel like it's the end of the world if we don't study it every single day. Let's try to get that rotation in there a little better. So in terms of understanding for animation, if you're talking about 2D animation, the guidelines for that are kind of more strict than for 3D animation. So for example, with 3D animation, I can kind of get it. All I need to do is get a basic understanding and I'll be good. But with 2D animation, you basically need to study it until you could draw it at any angle at like from memory. That would be like the ideal. Because then when you're drawing and animating, you can have a character turning their head, and if you have a character turning their head, well, if they're this way, you have to be able to draw the top of nose. If they're like that, you have to draw the bottom, this way, the side, or the other side, or 3/4 angle. So if it's to be a 2D animator, basically you need to know anatomy inside and out, artistic anatomy. It's going to be very crucial. I feel like the hips are definitely moving too much here. That's what's making it kind of feel very strange. But also I feel like this motion right here is off. I think it's like too forward. I'm just gonna bring the whole leg up. There you go. I think that helps a lot. Okay. Comes forward. and up. I think I need to tie this in a little bit more right here. So let's add a key right there. And then let's maybe start moving that down a little sooner. So one thing I can always do is just look at how the leg, without looking at the hip, how is the leg feeling compared to that horse? Not bad. Not perfect. But it does feel kind of tied together. Because this is one of those things where it's holding on tight. So we want to avoid it overlapping too much, or else it'll just feel like the leg is sliding on the horse. So that's going to be very important and tricky to deal with. I got shot. I'm going shot blind right now. Would you mind giving taking a look? Definitely. Let me kind of try to finish this leg here. Let's see how this feels. Okay, something like that. So yeah, definitely those hips are rotating way too much. It feels like they're bouncing on the horse. So let's find what I want here. So the character is going to be sitting straighter on the horse. I don't want them leaning back like it's a lounge chair. Let's tone that down. So let's see. Yeah, that already feels better. Maybe even subtler. The big thing is this horse animation is very subtle, so I can't push this too far. Okay. We've got something like that. Now we would also need to add some rotate X in here. So the rotate X is going to be like this direction of the foot and kind of build in that overlap there. So let's kind of add that in there. And I'm just going to quickly look at the reference to see when that heel kind of comes in. So like right here, that heel is kind of coming in there. It's hard to say, like, we're also looking at a few different rotations. So this is one thing I'm going to have to double check. But like, there's a big offset in the feet here. Will I have an offset in the feet? Probably. Yeah, we'll see. So which way are the legs rotating? Okay, so right here, for example, this is rotating out on the contact, in on the other. Okay, so it's similar to the rotate Y. I might even be able to tone down the rotate Y and use more rotate X. So, to make this simple, I'm just going to copy this curve and paste it on the rotate X, maybe offset it one frame, and see what we get. So, contact here. See which way is this going? Should be the opposite. let's flip our curve. Boop. So something like that. But I worried I'm wrong with my workflows. Oh wait, did I miss something? Scared Ace. Do you think someone who doesn't go to AM can be just as good animator as someone who doesn't? Or someone who does? Yeah, definitely. And my camera just died. You don't have to go to any school to be an amazing animator. I know a lot of animators who've never gone to any school and they are fantastic. The main thing would be making sure you put the work into it. So the big thing with any school is that it forces you to do the work because you're paying for it. You have deadlines, you have assignments. If you don't get them done, you won't pass. So you have to do the work. That's really good. If you're doing it on your own, you can definitely do it. But the problem with doing it on your own is you will have to be very conscious of your deadlines and making sure you actually study and keep progressing. If you're studying on your own and it's just like here and there whenever you feel like it, that's not going to be enough. It needs to be a regime. You need to force yourself to study as if you were in school. And then yeah, so a lot of people don't have that discipline. It's a very hard thing to do. Even me, I tend to have a hard time really forcing myself to do that if I don't have a motivation behind it. So school is what helps with that. Do you need school? No, not at all. Really, it's just pushing yourself to do the work. Honestly, that's really it. Let's see. So all that matters is how much you put in. Studying, exactly. One of the best animators I know who went to Pixar and Sony learned by himself. Yeah. But I'm worried I'm wrong with my workflows, and right now I'm currently just kind of winging it. Most of my decent animations were the cause of happy accident. So in that case, the big thing to do is do master studies. Take animations that you really love and analyze them. Figure out what they did. Find their key poses, find their in-betweens, and this could be 2D or CG. And then try to reanimate that. So if you're a CG animator, for example, take a scene from a 2D Disney film and try and reanimate it in CG, and don't try to copy it, but just try to capture that same feeling, that same snappiness, or that same energy, that same kind of line of action, and try to do that. This way you're kind of learning by studying, and as you get more and more practice, you're going to develop workflows that work for you. Now, with that said, sometimes it can be tricky to know like the best techniques, things like that. That's where coming to things like this Twitch stream or Sir Wade's streams and kind of watching other people work can be very helpful, because you are forcing yourself to take in other workflows and other ways of approaching animation. That goes for when you're studying at Animation Mentor or anything as well. I always recommend people watch workflow videos. Like Twitch streams now are really nice, but before that it was just look at YouTube and see if you can find someone animating a shot and see what they do, because they might use a totally different workflow from you, and it could either you will go, I like mine, or you look at it and it's going to be mind-blowing. It's like, whoa, I didn't realize I could do that. And then that's it. So you're learning from a lot of sources, but really it all comes down to the work you put into it. The only way, and this goes for everyone here, if you're going to an animation school, the animation school, regardless of which one you go to, you could go to Sheridan, Pal Arts, like these really expensive ones. Even if you pay a lot of money for it, The school isn't going to make you a good animator, honestly. You could go to the most amazing animation school, and if you don't put the work into it, you're going to come out a terrible animator. Like, just to put it bluntly. In order to become a good animator, you need to put in the work. That's really zero. That's it. There's nothing else. You have to put in the work. So if you want to learn by your own or on your own and not have to go to school, yes, definitely 100% you can do it. As long as you make sure you do the work. So I would just make a schedule for yourself. Try to finish some small tests every week at least. Or try to do a master study a week, a quick pose test a week. It doesn't have to be long. Take an hour to do a master study. Take an hour to do a pose test. And these little things. And like I said earlier in the stream, find the things that you struggle with. So maybe you struggle with clear posing. Well, instead of animating a shot, just do a whole day where you just pose the rig and try to capture the appeal of actual poses or of poses in other films. And you just kind of try to replicate and see what they did to make it so appealing and why can't you, or what's stopping you from doing that. Try to find the answer to that and then change it so that you can do it. So yeah. Join the Discord and definitely ask for help. That's what this stream is here for. The reason I do these streams is I know not everyone can afford to go to Animation Mentor or Anim School or any of the online schools or bigger schools. So I want to have a place where you can ask questions and hopefully get an answer instead of trying to scour forums or just kind of asking random people to hopefully have an answer that you hope might actually be fitting to your situation. Hey Ox, thanks so much for the follow. So Sin, I did see your comment earlier about animating the foot in IK. I'm actually thinking about that right now, because right now I'm dealing with a lot of foot motions that are just kind of a pain. The problem that I'm worried about, which maybe I'm over worrying, is that the knee is going to feel bouncy. Just that arc is going to feel very annoying. And to get the overlap in the lower leg is going to be tough. Whereas right now I think I'm close. I just need to offset that rotate X here. Maybe the other way. Yeah, something like that. I think that pushes the arc of the ankle quite a bit. So we get something like that. So I'd have to tie it in a little bit more, but that gets it pretty close. So what I could do now is take the knee here, and let's see if I can get some quick overlap. So I'm going to take the rotate Z of, or I think it's the Z. Yeah. Rotate Z here. Let's copy that. I don't think it's going to work, but we'll see. And let's paste it onto this. So edit, paste. So something like that. Make sure I set the curves to infinity. Cycle with offset, cycle with offset. Let's offset that 2 frames. So something like that even. Let's actually make sure we're looking at our simplified version. And we'll just kind of get an idea of if it's working. Something like that. I think that's actually working pretty well. If I was to add a little overlap to the toes, I think it's pretty close. Not perfect. The main thing I'm seeing is that the leg is kicking out at the same speed as the horse's leg. So they're kind of, they feel like they're tied together just a little bit. If I take the lower leg here, let's see, and maybe offset it one more frame. That might be enough. Yeah, like that. I like how every time I look over I see a little more of the body revealed. Yeah, it's just slowly getting added back in. So we get something like that. Now I think I need to push the foot kind of coming in a little bit more. It seems a little like wide. So we'll see if this is going to screw up all my animation here. But I need to take my rotate X and kind of bring it in this way. So the character doesn't feel like they're just feet way, way out. So something like that maybe. Yeah, I think that feels better. Yeah. It's not quite right. Have I ever ridden a horse? Never. Not once. I did grow up with horses, or my grandparents had horses. But so I would feed them once in a while. But that's about it. I've never ridden a horse. I've not even really like been too much around horses other than like giving them a carrot or something. Let's see. I totally understand what you're saying, but when you don't learn everything in school, it is very hard to get the knowledge for different things that you have to know for animating technically good. For example, when you want to understand more the graph editor, there are not so much good videos that explains everything. And when your school didn't teach it well, then it's hard to get the info. Exactly. So this is not only restricted to like learning alone, but it's also in schools. I know a lot of people who've gone to colleges and tried to learn animation there, and they came out, they spent a lot of money, and they didn't learn anything, honestly. So whether you're learning on your own or going to school, one of the big things is making sure you have access to the resources you need. One of the bonuses of a school is that if it's a good school, like Animation Mentor, Anim School, iAnimate, they have the resources for you. So that is huge. You're paying to have all of these resources given to you. If you're learning alone, that is very difficult. But that is where things like, hopefully this stream, Sir Wade's stream, and a bunch of others, which you can find a link down below, that's where your next resource is if you're learning on your own, or even if you're in a school or college. Going into these places and again, seeing how someone else uses the graph editor. And for me, for example, I learned things just by doing this as well. So for example, Sin was mentioning about the Simplify Curve tool here. I've never really used that before. I never really had a point to do it. And then she pointed it to me today because I needed to simplify my curve, and now I have this in my arsenal. It's there. I know how to use it now, which is awesome. So as you're watching things like these streams, I do this all the time. If I have some free time, I'll watch other animators work, and I just pay attention to what tools they're using and how, hey, Sir Wade, there you go. So for everyone who doesn't know, I'm sure everyone knows who Sir Wade is. He is an awesome YouTuber and streamer. Definitely check out his stuff. It is very, very good. So you will learn a lot from him. And he's got just check out his YouTube channel. There's a lot of cool stuff. And how's it going? I haven't been able to attend any of your streams recently, which sucks. I hope they've been good. I know you're doing the 24-hour stream, so Sir Wade is doing a 24-hour stream this Saturday, which I'm hoping to be able to attend for a little bit at least, because that's going to be a marathon of epic proportions. Let's see. I need to double check where the foot is at its highest and lowest. Okay, so the toes kind of come up. Interesting. The toes come up on the passing poses. So I'm going to just take the foot here. And let's set a key here, and then on frame 28. This song was so epic for a Mario game. It's actually epic. I want to do a 24-hour stream. I see like people saying, "Don't give me ideas." I want to do it so bad. It's just finding the time that I won't fall asleep on it. I was hoping to do I want to do one from Friday to the Saturday streams because I have both of those. But the problem is Fridays I don't usually get to sleep. So, for example, I've only had about 3 hours of sleep so far. And if I was to try and stream a 24-hour stream, I would just collapse on camera. I hope your 8-hour chunk of demonstrating enough sleep. Yeah, that would be a good demo. The sleep stream. Technically, you can't do that. 24-hour collab stream. That would be awesome. Yes, a 24-hour collab stream where we all just animate something. Oh, the possibilities. I like it. Contact here. Let's bring that foot down. Oh, too far. So I'm just keeping this simple right now. Let's see. Hey, Gartwheel, thank you so much for the subscription. Aw, thank you so much. And Broken Tangent, hello! Oh man, this is an awesome reunion here. So for anyone who doesn't know, Broken Tangent is another streamer on Twitch. He has an amazing channel. Check him out. He does some really cool stuff. And then we've got Artstoff. So I mentioned that before, but Artstoff is another rigger and modeler streamer. Check him out there. Yeah, we've got the whole gang here. That's awesome. Oh, how is he rig-wise? I actually really like him. He's so this is Gorgeous George, which for anyone who's curious, this is the link to the Gorgeous George rig, and this is the link to the Zelda rig, if you're interested. And he is very, very robust. One thing I do find with him is that the face by default is not the most appealing, but like that's a lot like any rig. When you first bring them in, that kind of default T-pose face is meh. So you kind of have to pose out the face to really get that appeal in there. Other than that, is very robust, especially the leg controls for a quad character, especially a digigrade. No, it's not digigrade. I always forget the term. It's not plantigrade, digigrade. It's I forget, like a horse type, where they're walking on a hoof. It works really well. Oh, nice. Thank you. I'm glad you like the walk. This is something I animated a long time ago, the horse. So now I'm just trying to add a rider to it. I've never animated something like this before, so it's an adventure. I kind of want to have the toes a little lower. Just a slight hang to the foot here. Just slight. So something like that. So now we get that kind of slight double bounce in the toes. And I think at this point I just need to clean up my curves to make them a little bit more visually interesting. So let's kind of just add some keys here. So as it's coming up, okay, so I think the up is a little slower and then the down is a little faster, which I do have, so that's good. So I think I can just push the curves a little bit more. Let's see, let me catch up with the chat. Do you know more Maya or ZBrush channels here in Twitch? I mostly focus on animation channels, so Maya stuff. There are a few good ZBrush channels, but I haven't watched them in a while, so unfortunately I can't keep up with that. I know Artsoft does some ZBrush stuff, which is really cool. Yeah, Pixelogic, they have a great, the official Pixelogic site, very, very good. Do you have an official Animators of Twitch badge yet? We should make one. That would be so cool. Let's see. If you have specific questions about it, nice. And can't wait to tune in. Nice. So let's make this just a little, just a hint faster right here on the drop. That might be a little too much. And let's kind of push this a little bit more even, so I'm not too worried about getting that too extreme. But let's see how that feels. Okay. Oh wait, that would help with the cycle if it actually cycled. I was wondering, it's like, there's something missing. It's not quite working right. I'm not feeling a pattern. Because I'm missing a cycle. Okay. Okay, so I think I've got the motion right. I just need to reduce one of them so that I don't have, like, just the same repetition in there. I think it would be the second cycle here. This would be lower. So let's just scale that down. Yep. Oh. Scale it. Whip. There we go. Let's see. There we go. So we'll call that for now on that leg. Just to see how that feels. Now, there is a little sliding here. This is something I'm going to fix in a little bit. The main thing is I'm trying to get the motion of the hip, or sorry, the legs in place because they have to hold on to onto the horse. So the big thing I want is like right here. He's starting to go through the horse there, and I think it's my translate Y that's slightly off. Oops. Let's offset that one frame. Yeah, that feels a little better. Kind of feels like it's sliding on the horse a little bit more. There we go. Yeah, that already feels way better. Okay. We're getting there. Oh, let's see. I agree again to what you said. It is very good that this is possible to animators like yours streaming. Oh, thank you. I learned through Sir Wade that he is streaming, so after I watched him, and then he learned that there are others like you. Sir Wade is awesome. Broken Tangent is also awesome. There's a bunch of streamers actually linked down below. If you're looking for animation streams, there's a whole bunch. And so far, all the people I've kind of met through Twitch who also stream, are just super awesome people. So definitely check them out. How do you hide the upper body? I'm using a isolation mask, so isolate select. With this, I can create bookmarks. So for example, I created one here that's just the hips, like so. Or I could create one that's just the legs. And as I go up the body, I'm going to create one that's just the hips, the legs, and the body. Or I might not even have the... No, I'll keep the legs in there. So just the body without the arms and the head. And then I can add the arms without the head, or like build up like that. Sean Lee, yeah, Sean Lee is also very awesome. So yeah, isolate select. You just select what the parts you want and then create a bookmark right there, which I can show in just a little bit here. So the main thing I'm going to do now is I need to copy the motion from one leg to the next. So let's try that. So I'm just going to select all my controls here. Let's set a key on them. And then let's just make sure I set the cycle on there right away. And let's copy the curves. So I could try mirroring it, but I think I'm just going to try copying first. So let's do this way. We've got that control and then this one. So rotate X, copy to rotate X, paste. Okay. We've got the cycle in there. Rotate Y, edit, copy, rotate Y, paste. Now, I believe you can do it with all the attributes at once. I'm not a fan of that because I've had bad experiences with it where things just don't paste correctly. So I much prefer kind of just doing it one at a time. It's slower, but I know then that I don't have any issues. Nice, Mike. Yeah, Blizz and my mentor at Heroes on the Storm. Nice, that's awesome, man. So many other people I need to start following. So rotate Z and Adam Sloth. Hello. Click copy. Let's go edit, paste. So this is going to actually be very, very wrong, this first pass. I could actually add a little rotate Y to the foot as well. We'll do that later. Edit, copy, edit, paste. There we go. Now, let me double check here. Okay, good. So we've got the other leg pretty much copied in now. The problem is that it's exactly following this one, which is not good. It needs to be offset because, well, it's the other leg. So let's just take all of our curves here and offset it. So go to the next contact here. And let's see how this works. It's not going to be perfect, but hopefully it'll get us kind of in the ballpark. Yeah, that looks weird. It looks like they're trying to walk along with the horse. Hey, you look at the top there. That is not right. So it looks like one of my rotations is backwards. I think it's the rotate X maybe? Let's see if I scale that and flip it. How does that feel? And then maybe this one as well. No, wait, this. It would have been the rotate Y. Alright. Okay. Uh, copying curves are not. I come from Maya, and I don't think copying curves is a Maya thing. It is a Maya thing. It's built into Maya. So if you just go to edit, copy and paste right here, it's not this copy and paste up here. This isn't going to help you. But the one in the graph editor, that's very, very useful. So it can really help you get a lot of kind of animation in with, I don't want to say little work, but a lot less work. So the main thing with this leg is that I'm dealing with walks that are different strides. So in this walk, this horse is not walking in a perfect cycle. He's actually walking with one stride that's slightly longer than the other, which means that since I just copied the curves and then offset them, technically I'm getting some motion in there correct, but I'm also getting the stride lengths wrong. So I'm gonna have to watch that, make sure I get that feeling in there correct. Where's my rotate Z? I want the leg to start coming back a little sooner there. Okay, I think that's good there. Feels kind of connected. I constrained the global mover of the hips to the horse, but then I animated over top of that. So really all it's doing is translating along with the main body. This way I can still animate the hips and get the subtle kind of shifts and movements in there, because as you're sitting on a horse, you're not just glued onto the saddle or onto the back. There's a lot of extra motion that comes in there. So I feel like this curve is not in the right spot. There we go. I think that's a little better. Still too much though. Okay. I think the main issue I'm running into right now is the feet are kicking out too much, which is creating this like walking effect. It creates the feeling that the character is trying to walk along with their horse, which is just kind of strange, honestly. So I need to kind of bring that back a little bit more, so that the feet don't kind of kick out. Okay. Yeah. Yeah, it's the upper legs, they're just moving too much there. What would be the best way to do this? There's a few different ways I could do this. Think. Oh, take care, Broken Tangent. Thanks for dropping by. So How do I want to do this? What would be the best way? Now, one thing I could try is I could animate the foot in IK. The problem with this, I would get good clean foot arcs, but the problem is I don't have a way of controlling the knee very well. But at the same time, do I need to? Nope, wrong control there. I want this one. Because then I can easily kind of get the angles I want there. And all I would need to do is kind of animate a little bit of this. Because already that kind of feels a little bit more stable. Stable. Let's see. Yeah, that kind of feels almost better already. As much as it would need a lot of work, this kind of, it just has that kind of walking feeling, which I'm not a fan of. So without deleting what I have, I'm just going to switch to IK and see if I can quickly get something that feels okay. So it's kind of an experiment. And this is something I like to do if ever you're working on something and it's just not working out. Don't be afraid to kind of try something else. Often what I'll try to do is keep it quick, so I won't animate this as if it, or like, I'm not going to spend 2 hours on it. But I will just try and see if I can get something that's somewhat working. 2D animate distribute, nice. And I should take a sip of water. Feel my lips starting to crack. That's always good. Yeah, already, like, there's just something about that that feels a little better. So, what I can do to simplify this animation, I just need to animate the feet here. Let's go to frame 1 and then frame 28. We'll set our keys. And I'm just going to look at the reference and find the extremes. And that'll kind of give us the... and hey, thank you so much for the... Aw, Sin, thanks so much for the bits. Aw, thank you. That's awesome. So, what I want to do here... Let's actually get the knees out a little bit more. I'll have to set a key on these as well. To make sure that these kind of have a nice overlap. I'll try to offset the feet so one's a little higher than the other. But let's just take a look at the extremes here. So we'll take a reference to this a little further away. So I'm going to look at the foot and see where it's its highest and lowest. So the height is actually easy, like right here. As the horse kind of hits the up pose, the foot's at its highest. And then it hits its down pose, pretty much where the horse's down pose is. Pretty easy. You're sitting on the chest of the horse, so as that goes up and down, your foot's going up and down. So really, I could just take that here. It kind of reaches out first. Up, down. This epic music for horse studying. Okay. Okay. So what I was noticing is the difference in height in terms of each contact. So for example, let's take the translate Y of the chest here. That's going to give us a starting point. Let's copy that and paste it onto the foot. So translate Y, edit, paste. Okay. So this is going to get us that foot moving up and down with the horse, which is good. So this is the nice thing about animating in I'm gonna remember the term IK. Wow, is that we can easily overlap things like this. So now we're getting that motion that basically ties in perfectly. So what this means is we've got that up and down, but it also is influenced by the rotation of the horse. So on the poses that this leg is kind of coming up here, that's rotating that chest more, a little more down on that side. So for example, right here, that down pose is much lower. So what that means is that that foot should also be lower because it's being influenced by the down of the chest, the rotation of the chest. And then kind of same thing here, it would be a little lower. We get that. And on this one, the down's going to be less. So even here, let's kind of push this a little bit more. Even that out and maybe kind of bring this one just a little lower here to create a little offset. So this way we kind of feel that leg, you can see one is a small drop and then a bigger drop. Now I can probably exaggerate that a little bit more. Now we're just dealing with one attribute right now, so it's going to look very strange. So we can basically get that. Make sure it feels connected to the body here. Be a little lower. Why do you put the constraint on the body controller and not on the pelvis? Because you're... no, it's... If I was to move the horse in any direction, the character would move along. Like that. So I could move the horse in whatever direction, but I just constrained it to the global controller here. So I basically took the root control there, constrained it to the main control of the horse. This way, the body follows along, the whole character follows along, but I am not constraining the hip control, the actual pelvis control, to anything. And that allows me to get that little offset in the body that doesn't follow exactly what the horse is doing, because you're actually bouncing on top of the horse. You're not glued to the horse. You're not pinned down or tied down. So the motion is going to be slightly offset. There's going to be a little bounce in the hips, maybe a little sliding back and forth. Yeah, it's just kind of getting those little elements in there. So hopefully that makes sense. Someone told me that I should never use the body controller to walk. Oh, you mean like the root control, the main one, like the big one here, or Yeah, I'm not using the root control. The root controls are not animated at all. If I turn this off here, you'll see the horse actually walks and the root controller stays alone. Her control is also staying alone. I guess this could be considered the root control as well. The root control is not being used to animate her. It's just being used to keep her with the character. Imagine for example, you have a character sitting in a car and it's driving down the street. It would be a nightmare to try to animate all of the body controls, the IK hands, the hips, the spine, all of that, to try and move the car or move the character along with the car as they're sitting inside of it. They're not really moving. The character themselves is not moving. The object that is carrying them is moving. Same thing if your character is walking on the top of a train. If you have the train moving and then you're trying to move the character on top of the train and match the movement of the train as you're also trying to animate a walk, you're going to be pulling your hair out. So instead, because this character is being carried by this object, by the horse in this case, but it could be the car or the train, if you constrain the root control, the layout control, to that object, what you get is the ability to just animate the character almost like they're kind of standing in place without all of the, oh wait, the horse moved this much, now I have to move the character that much as well and match that, and it's very tricky. So that's kind of the reasoning behind that, if that makes sense. So let's see here. So we've got that up and down. I think that's working pretty well. It looks kind of mechanical and boring right now. I wonder if I can exaggerate it a little bit more. And maybe it's just going too high. Yeah, we'll see. I want to make it feel that the knee is being affected by the shoulder. That's really my main goal. And I think I'm getting a little too much bounce in here. So let's try to ease that just a scooch. That's a technical term, a scooch. Something like that. Oh, take care, Tara. Thanks for stopping by. Okay. So let's soften that up just a little bit. Okay. Okay. We'll leave that like that for now. Now, we've got that. We probably need to add in the forward motion of the foot. So this, which is going to be the tricky one, as well as the side-to-side motion. So let's do the side-to-side motion first. So the feet, if we kind of watch, the most extreme sideways is kind of on the passing pose, right there. But let's see, is that consistent? Okay, it doesn't help when she kicks it. Okay. So, it's way out here. Okay, so this is the contact pose. And it comes in. Other contact. Goes out at the other contact. Comes in a little bit. Goes out. Contact in, back out, contact in. Okay, so this is what was creating the walk feeling to me, and this is what's going to be much easier to fix with the IK. So basically, what's happening is the issue I was having was that how to put this. The in and out of the feet was going based on kind of the motion of like the contacts, but it's actually based on the rotation of the horse. So for example, when the horse is leaning this way, the feet go this way. When the horse is leaning that way, the feet go that way. So it's not walking where you have both feet doing opposite things, it's the feet swinging. So that's hopefully gonna solve that weird swingy issue I was having. So let's take this foot here, and I could actually do both feet at the same time just to block it in. And let's kind of push the feet out this way. And let's just look at our translate X. And then as we get to the other contact, which I believe is frame 14 here, let's kind of push it the other way. I'm exaggerating this here. And oops, I've got another key right there. Don't need that. Okay. Let me actually look at my translate Y here, make sure I didn't accidentally key something. I think I did. I ruined the cycle. Dip. Nope. Dip. This one that I don't need. That's better. Okay. So translate X. We get this. So now this is going to help. It's not going to be perfect yet, but this is what's going to help give that swinging motion to the feet versus the walking motion. So, okay, I was worried about that. Okay, so let's focus on one foot at a time here. Now that we've got the main motion in there. So, translate X. As it leans out this way, it's out. Then as it starts to come back in, I think I can offset the curve. So we kind of just get maybe 2 frames. This slight overlapping motion. And let's actually turn on our reverser here. So for me, a reverser is an animation layer that's basically just made to reverse the animation of a walk cycle. So I can animate the walk cycle as if it's in place. Without actually having it in place. I find that's very helpful a lot of the time. Okay. So it goes there. Let's actually take a look at how the feet swing. They're kind of chaotic. It's not a smooth motion. So kicks out on the contact, kind of hits its peak a few frames after, then swings in kind of before the next contact. Okay. Animation layers are really useful. I highly recommend giving it a try. So let's just kind of add a key in here and maybe a couple of keys to exaggerate this motion here. So something like that. Now it's going to look very bad for now because it is just like we're only animating a couple of things at a time here. Okay, so it's moving very quickly. Right, where is it? Right there. That's a little too fast. Maybe do I want the foot to be that far in? Probably not. Oop. something like that. And actually, do I want it that far out? Okay, we're getting something like that. Yeah, I would check out Sir Wade's video on animation layers. It's really cool. If you want to start learning it, it's a good resource for it. Okay. I think my rotate or my translate Y is a little off right here. It needs to kind of hold a little bit more here. Just a little bit to round out that curve. Same thing here. Let's try holding that down just a little bit more. And what that's going to do is it's going to round the bottom of the foot arc a little bit. We'll say it like that for now. So that's getting there. Okay. Now let's actually do the front and back. So this is going to be a trickier one. So it kicks out. Kind of up on up pose, and then kicks in on the down pose. Okay. So, I wonder if I can take my curve here of the chest. Let's see. And I'm going to paste it onto the foot. Translate Z. We'll see what that does. Which curve am I looking at here? Okay. So we've got that. So the foot was out or forward when we get to the up pose. Okay, let's scale this up. Okay. Nope, that's not right. Up. Oh no, actually that's right. Yeah, it kicks quite a bit. So let's see how that feels. It's going to be very off, but we're just kind of trying to build in the core here. And Jackie, my boy, thank you so much for the follow. What is previs for? Previs is to basically figure out how your shot is going to look, where your cameras are, kind of the layout of the scene. Basically trying to figure out all of these kind of elements before you actually get into the animation side of it. Now, previs is also used for film. So, for example, films like The Avengers, things like that, they will use previs to figure out where they will put all the cameras, where the actors will move on screen. It's kind of like a test take. So you know exactly how to build the sets, all of that before you commit to it. Make sure that the cinematography will work, all of that good stuff. So so it's basically a way for studios to make sure that they what's the word I'm looking for? Make sure that they get it right before investing money and time into it. So that's what previs is for. Another word for it is layout, where you lay out your scene before you commit to it. So you're trying to understand where your camera should be, what all of it should do before you commit. Okay. So one thing I want to do here is I want to take the foot here and move it further back here as this foot kind of, or as that leg is pushing the body back. That foot shouldn't go quite as far forward on that step. So let's kind of reshape our curve here. The Shadow of Colossus? Yes, it is. Nice. Love that game. Such a sad game. Okay, so let's try something like that. Okay, a little sharp still. Let's see. Okay. This is happening too late. Let's see. Do you know what weighted tangents are? I see a lot of people talk about it. Weighted tangents are tangents that allow you to adjust the weight of the tangents. So basically, if you have non-weighted tangents, so I'll take the tangent here, go to tangents, and let's see, or actually, no, let's do this on a curve I'm not using. So, which one would be good? Let's set a key here on the toe. So if you have non-weighted tangents, so let's say you've got a curve like this, I'll set curves and set it to non-weighted. What this means is that when you move your tangents, all you can do is rotate them. That's it. So I rotate the tangent and that's all I get. This is very nice because it makes it so that you rely on your ability to set keys versus kind of relying on the tangents themselves to create the curve. Like so. Weighted tangents. So if you go to curves and select weighted tangents, these are tangents that you can actually stretch and squash. So you can see I can make that much bigger or smaller. So you have a lot more control over the shape of your curve. This is very good because, well, you get more control. That's always nice. But it does mean that you can easily become reliant on it to the point where you're shaping your curves solely through weighted tangents, which is not necessarily a bad thing, but it is limiting. I'll put it that way. So I typically recommend, if you're first starting out, don't use weighted tangents. It's often going to be a little bit better to just use a non-weighted, because then you get used to setting keys and all of that good stuff. With that said, once you get used to that, let's see, this foot is not working out. It's not bad. Actually, when I look at it here, it's actually not as bad as it was before. The big thing, I have to avoid looking at the foot, because the foot is kind of stiff. I have to watch at the leg. Yeah, so as you get more experience, weighted tangents allow you to just work a little faster. So, yeah, hopefully that answers your question. I have to do one for my workshop, and I didn't understand what I was supposed to do. Oh, did I miss something there? Okay, awesome. So that was for previs. I don't know why, but I always enjoy watching stuff getting animated. Animation is fun, at least for me. There's something about when you get it right, and suddenly that animation feels like there's that life to it. It's like, oh, you can't beat that, at least to me. I didn't know what non-weighted tangents are. I've been using weighted tangents. Yeah, there's nothing wrong with either one. It's really just what you feel comfortable with. Some people will say, like, oh, you should only ever use weighted, or you should never use weighted, only use non-weighted. Honestly, it's what you feel comfortable with. And that kind of goes with anything in animation. Is a lot of it is what you as the animator are going to enjoy working with. If you don't enjoy working with it, well, why do it? I'm just trying to adjust the curve here. See if I can get something a little bit more. That key is not necessary. There you go. That's a better loop. So we've got that. You look at the leg on the left there, and it's moving. It's not quite right, but it's moving. And then you look at the leg on the right side, and it's just like penduluming, and it's just so weird looking. It's almost like it's just like a dead leg. Just looks so silly. I'm animating with animation cache. It does help a lot in terms of kind of just getting a little faster playback. I do not rely on it though. Animation cache it's great for kind of getting an idea of how things are working, but if you rely on it too much, what's going to end up happening is you'll just kind of work yourself into positions where, how to say this, where you're going to think that you have the correct timing for things, and it's not going to be quite right. It gets you close to 24 frame per second playback, but not exactly, at least not all the time. So for me, I just use it because it helps to speed things up. So if I turn this off and hit play, you can see this is how fast it's playing here. It's kind of like the horse is walking in slow motion. But if I turn that on, sorry, hiccups, it'll help speed that up. It'll also help speed up the scrubbing. in the viewport. So I can kind of do this much faster. That's the main reason I like it, is the scrubbing. It plays the animation back a little faster, but honestly, it's the scrubbing. That's the main reason I'll turn it on. Yeah, it does take a lot of RAM. That's kind of the negative of it. If you don't have a strong enough computer, it can really bog things down. Need to scale this down. So, for example, I have 32 gigs of RAM, and that works pretty well for the most part. But even with that, I still feel like there are times where my scenes are not. I could be getting better speed, and sometimes I won't even be able to catch a whole shot. So if I had 64, I think that would be really nice for that. I love this song. I don't know what it is about Dragon Quest music. I just really love. I've never even really played a Dragon Quest game aside from Dragon Quest Builders, and yet I just love the music so much. Oh no! It's having to share an internet connection. No! There we go. So I just fixed the up and down of the feet, and that already helps with that swaying motion. Now, I'll probably just offset it 1 frame so that they don't feel like they're exactly the same. We just get that slight offset that way. And then let's actually take the translate X and offset it 1 frame the other way. So this way we're just starting to build in some randomness, like ever so slight, in the feet so they don't feel exactly the same. Now actually for the translate X, I know it's not going to be exactly the same, but I wonder if I can take the curve I've made here. Let's just compare them, because they're going to be similar, just a little bit more. Let's see, view. I think one thing I can do is that foot feels like it's going too far in there and too far out there. So let's fix that first. Or actually, let's do this, because it's going to be a pain otherwise. No. Let's just animate them separately. So we've got that. And then let's kind of bring this in here. Keep it a little bit more subtle. A little bit more would be not bad. If anything, I think the foot needs to just go lower. It's getting too high right here. Just like Doom? No. That's better. So now we're starting to feel that sway in the legs. Okay. Let's adjust the translate X ever so slightly. So basically just add in some keys. I usually like to add 2 keys per like curve, like up or down. I find that just gives me the control I usually want. So comes through. Here, that leg is going to be pushing the foot out, so let's kind of speed that up there, and then maybe speed this up here just a little bit. So something like that, just a little offset. Okay. That forward translation is still bothering me. I know, like, looking at the reference, it's a harsh translation, but there's just something about this that I'm not a fan of. I think it's almost, I want it to overlap there a little bit more. Just a little bit more. And then let's kind of, yeah. Still going a little fast right here, though. Nitpickiness! Engage! Okay, yeah, that feels better. So, instead of having to recreate this whole curve, I'm just going to copy it and paste it on the translate Z here. Edit, paste, boop. Now this is going to be exactly the same, where that is not good. But what I can do is then just take this and start scaling it. So this point is going to be lower, this point is going to be higher. This whole thing is going to be probably right there. And then let's make that a little bit bigger here. And then we'll fix the curve from there. So Frankenstein the curve and then put it back together, basically. I played a little bit of the first Dragon Quest Builders. It's really fun. I really like it. It's like Minecraft, but it's what I always wanted in Minecraft, which was a little bit more of an adventure. It's not an issue with Minecraft. The main thing that kind of I always missed, or I felt like I so wanted in Minecraft, was the ability to have an actual adventure and not just kind of building. Which, like, that is fun on its own. I had so much fun with Minecraft. But after a while, it's like, I just want a little adventure. I want to save a town or something like that. So Dragon Quest Builders had that, and I really loved it. And apparently the second one has multiplayer as well, I think. So, like, for me, that would be huge. Okay, so let's see this. Forward, and then it's going back too quickly here. Let's just lower this. Oh yeah. Keep that a little more subtle. There we go. If I try to avoid looking at the feet, that feels actually pretty good. There's a little knee popping, like right there. The knee is going up a little too high. It's not so much a knee pop, but it's more like the knee just shouldn't go that high. It feels like it's separating from the horse too much. So I might just take this entire curve and just kind of scale it down, or maybe does it translate X? Or actually, what I could do is just animate the PV. There you go. Duh. Sometimes it's the simplest answers. Totally forget that's a knee PV. From the blur I see, it feels really nice. Oh, someone has watched the Minecraft RTX. I haven't, but I've seen kind of just clips of it, like super small clips, nothing detailed, and it looks really cool. There you go. Yeah, so that feels way better. So now the character doesn't feel like they're walking with the horse. It feels like they're swinging with the horse. There's still a little bit of an offset that needs to be kind of toned in. That leg here is going way too high up and down. It makes it feel like they're bouncing on the horse. So let's see. Do I want to keep the height or the low? Let's go kind of in the middle. Whip. So let's just scale that down. Oh, take care. Hope you have a great day. Okay. Oh, scaled it down too much. Okay. So basically what I need to do now is I need to add overlap to the feet and kind of clean that up. So let's quickly do that. Basically what I can do is just copy my curves. For example, let's take my translate X curve. Let's copy that. Put it into my rotate Y curve, the side to side of the foot. Edit, paste. And what that's going to give me is this slight toe motion, which is going to be backwards. So let's scale that. Let's make it bigger. So every time I try to do overlap, I just make it really big so we can really feel it. Okay, let's just offset this. Okay. Something along those lines, I think. Floppy foot. So I think all I need to do here really is just kind of play with how much it eases. It's kind of easing a little too much, I find. And then just tone it down. So kind of making it swaying a little. I want it to sway a little bit more, basically. But never kind of just stops on the peaks. Now, I'm also breaking the ankle by rotating it so much. So whenever I'm trying to figure out like how much to offset or like overlap things, I just find the moment where I want it to be the most. So for example, I want the toes to be pointing out more than anything. So I'll find that point, the most extreme. And then I'll come into the other extreme. And then I'll just scale my whole curve from that point until I get something I want, which is probably the toes kind of pointing still slightly out there. Now, I get the exact overlap I want. Okay. So we've got that. Now we could also take that rotation, that kind of sway there, and maybe add it a little bit, just a little, to the rotate Z. So I'm going to copy this curve, rotate Z, paste, and then let's offset it 1 frame. So now we get a little bit in that ankle as well, like that kind of this motion. Very slight. I could tone that down a little bit. Now, this is where we're going to come into the other rotation, the toes. And this is going to be a tricky one because I don't think I could try to take the translate Y. Yeah, I guess let's try this. Let's take our... No, the foot's not flopping as it's doing that. The toes kind of coming up. Let's see. How are they moving? So they point down here on the down pose, point up. Okay, let's try this. I don't know if it's going to work, but worth a try. I'm going to take the translate Z, the forward motion. Let's copy that. Let's add it to our rotate X. Like so. So what this is going to do is it's going to tie that foot motion into the kind of the forward here. Let's make it bigger so we can really see what's going on. And I've got a pop in that curve. That should not be there. I wonder if that's in the foot translation as well. No, that's fine. Okay. So, rotate X. So, what I want is, as the foot goes forward, let's see if I can reverse this. So as the foot goes forward, yeah, I want it to lead. So I want the toes to lead a little bit. So that forward motion of the foot, it's not the foot kind of drag and limp. There's tension in the feet because she's holding on with her legs, and the toes are kind of leading that motion and doing this versus kind of that. And what that's going to do is add that tension in the leg. Now I just need to tone it down because that's going to be a little too big. So let's say I want the ankle to be at its lowest right around there, highest right about there-ish, maybe there. And there we go. Now we have that kind of kicking feeling that's tied in with the foot. I could probably tone it down just a little bit on that one kick. Not quite have it so much. There we go. But it adds that tension in there. I totally forgot that the body is doing nothing. But there we go. So now we have that. We have a little overlap side to side, but a little tension as well. Yeah. Yeah, the T-pose. This is how you ride a horse. Perfect. Feel the wind in your arms. Just beautiful. Beautiful day. Okay, so let's do the same thing here with this foot. So I'm gonna start with the translate Z this time. Copy, do the rotate X, paste, offset behind one frame, and then find the lowest, or sorry, let's find the highest point here. It's gonna be, oh wait, and then I have to scale the curve. There we go. Okay. Highest point, and then let's scale it up. Okay. So this is going to be the highest point, which should never be more than the back of the leg straightening right here. We don't want to get a bend here or else the ankle is broken. We can do that if we're exaggerating and doing a cartoony shot, but otherwise we have to be very careful. And then here, let's just kind of bring it down so we get maybe around there. That should get us that nice lead of the foot. There we go. Exactly. Put the book on there, it'll be perfect. And I can call the animation done. Okay, so translate. I want the side to side of the foot to control the rotation in both. Hey, Pack the Man! Thanks so much for the follow. That's an awesome username. So let's copy that and go into our rotate Y and rotate Z. We're going to use it for both, and then paste. Now, let's kind of focus on one at a time. So I'm actually going to look back at the other foot and just compare. So we've got the translate X, and then we've got an offset of 5 frames to the Y, and then 6. So 5 and 6. Y and then Z. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. This is just to keep the mechanics similar on both. So I'm not kind of doing 2 sets of mechanics. Okay. This might actually be a little too much for this foot. Let's bring it back 1 more frame. That's better. Okay. So, once again, I'm going to find the lowest point. Move that up to where I want the foot to be. Go to the highest point. And then scale that back down, or up, to where I want the extreme to be. And this one is basically going to be like centered. So that's going to be easy. Blip. Or actually, they're on there. I should double check the other ankle for that too. And then let's scale that down. So I want to make sure that this ankle here, that rotates Z, is just a little higher. There you go. Question. I was looking for a little of this extra money I've saved up to upgrade my setup, and I was wondering, besides the obvious bigger monitor or better tablet, Is there any kind of tech that really helps you animate a lot? Honestly, when I'm animating, if I'm doing other things, there's a lot of tech that I'll use that is very helpful. So for example, when I'm streaming, I have a stream deck, good microphone, good camera, but that's for streaming. If I'm animating, none of those matter. I would say if you have some money saved up, it's not as like fun or like amazing as like a tool that helps you animate. But what I would recommend is look into UPS power supplies. So these are uninterruptible power supplies. If you don't have one, I highly recommend them. I've got one on for my computer right here. Basically, what that allows is that it's basically a battery pack for your computer. So if ever there's a power failure or a fuse blows or something happens while you're working, your computer will stay on, and it gives you enough time, usually about 15 minutes. Depending, like I've got 4 monitors and like a whole bunch of stuff that's plugged into it, so it dies pretty quick. But it's enough time that even if I'm not on my computer, oh shoot, the power went off, I can go downstairs, save everything, and then turn it, like let it turn off, and it saves the computer. It saves wear and tear on the other computer parts, which is amazing because if you get a lot of power failures, that just burns out the parts on your computer quite a bit. And honestly, it saved my life so often that yeah, UPS, it's an uninterruptible power supply. See if I can remember how to spell uninterruptible power supply or UPS. The main thing is that they are pretty expensive. It's a huge battery, so it's costly in that sense. And especially as animators, we kind of need the bigger ones. I forget the watts on mine. But it is worth it. I can't say how many times it's saved, like just those moments where you're working on a shot and you might have forgotten to save, like I have here, and I should just save before I forget. So you just have a moment where you forget to save, and then poof, all the lights go out in the house and your computer goes dark, and it's like, no. Do I recommend brands? Let's see. Mine's behind my monitor. See if I can see what brand it is. Can't see. The brands that are available for me are different than what you'll have. In Canada, there's different laws on batteries. So there aren't all the different or the same brands that would be in the States. I would just look up some reviews. Like just go with a really well reviewed one. They're not like, it's one of those things where you could get like a cheaper one, but honestly it's better just to get a good quality one because it's going to save your work, even if it's a little bit more. They can get really expensive, so you don't want to go too far with it. But there's a lot that even have like USB plugs that you can plug in your phone and charge those. And usually I try to go for one that has like 12 plugs, I think. Half of them will be powered, or sorry, battery powered. The other half are just normal plugs. So the one thing to make sure of is make sure you know which ones are which, because if you plug in your computer to the unbattery powered ones, when the power goes out, it's just going to turn off like normal. So you want to make sure you plug it into the ones that are actually backed up. And basically it also replaces like a power bar. So we've got this. The toe tap is a little fast right there. I'm not a huge fan of that. So let's tone that down right there. Just ease that a little bit more. And my cycle is off. Is that off on the foot as well, I wonder? So that was the... Yeah, ugh. What have I done? Good thing I noticed that. If I had looped the animation, we would have seen some horrors. Okay. So... which one do I want to copy over? Let's do this. Something like that. Always make sure your cycles are working correctly. It's a good thing to double check. Let's see. Every time this new UPS saves my life, I will think of you. Hopefully it's not too often. It should be one of those things. Well, it's basically like insurance. That's basically it. It's one of those things that you get. It costs some money, but you hope that you never use it. Let's see. There we go. So we've got the legs. It took a while, but we've pretty much got it now, I think. There's still a few things that I would change. That's the word I'm looking for. But overall, I think it's actually working pretty well. So there we go. I don't know if I'll keep going too far with this because I do have some stuff that I need to do. I was only going to do like a 3-hour stream and I kind of just got really caught up in getting these feet to work. Yeah, there's still like something with that foot right there. Not a fan of. I think I need to exaggerate the... Yeah, that's it. The rotation is too low now. So let's find the lowest part there. Scale that up. This way we can actually feel the foot moving forward. I'm going to rewatch and take proper notes when I can see this non-blurred. Awesome. So, oh, and actually I think I missed a question here about your technique is amazing on the foot. Is it working on the rest of the body? That same technique of copying curves would work for the rest of the body. Now, I do want to mention, like, this technique of copying keys here, it doesn't work for everything. As much as it is really nice, there will be times when it just won't work for you. Usually this is for more cartoony shots or like really pose-specific shots. But I do find it tends to work very well, like even for cartoony shots and stuff, like doing hair or overlappy bits or things that are just kind of connected in some way. You get a lot of animation very quickly. It's not for free, but for a lot less work than you would have to do normally. So that to me is a huge bonus. And I really like that. So, for example, one thing I can do here that I'm probably going to do for this is right now we have the spine kind of moving on, or like the whole body is rotating like this. And that's okay, but it might make things a little bit of a pain to animate, especially if I have to change something partway through, just because she is riding a horse. So what I can do is take my rotation curves from the cog control here. And let's save this first, just to make sure. So I'm going to set a key on the hip control. And then let's take the rotate X of the the cog. Copy that. Paste it onto the rotate of the isolated hip control. So paste. Like that. Take the rotate Y. Copy that. Rotate Y. Paste. So where are you? Oh, and what happened there? For some reason, the key just disappeared. Paste. There we go. That's what I wanted. And I'm going to have to double check my paste settings. Edit. Paste. I want to make sure. Replace. Okay, let's turn off connect. So for this, I want these to be exactly the same. So let's redo this. Edit copy. Edit paste. There we go. That's what I want. Also, make sure I actually cycle this or else we're going to get some weirdness. Okay. So, we've got that. Y. Edit copy. Edit paste. Z. Edit copy. Edit paste. Okay. So what we have now is, oh, and this did not get cycled. No. Let's cycle you too. So what we have now is all of the rotations from the hip, the main hip control, onto the isolated hip. I can now take these curves and I'm just going to set a key on them on frame 1. So, boop. Let's insert a key right there. Zero that out and delete everything else. Like so. So what this gives us is, let's make this a little smaller, the hips moving, but the spine is still. In this case, this is going to help us quite a bit, I believe, in creating some very quick overlap in the spine without having to deal with any changes. So this is the big thing that I'm worried about for the future. Is let's say I polish the head and then it's like, oh shoot, I messed up the hips. Something changed in the way the horse walks and I need to adjust the hips. If that's the case, all I need to change is this one control, the rotations, and everything else is done. So I wouldn't normally personally animate with this, but in this case, I think it'll work out better. I'm also noticing that the rotate Y feels a little odd. Why is the rotate Y so odd? So let's actually look at that. Oh wait. That's why. I forgot. This one, the rotate Y and the rotate X are flipped. So, let me undo this, because that's going to cause a lot of problems. Okay. So, good thing I noticed that before moving on. So on this, the Z is the same, but X and Y are flipped. So, rotate Y, let's copy that again, but this time we're pasting it on the rotate X. And then we're taking the rotate X and pasting it on the rotate Y. And then, once again, take our curves here. Boop. And let's just zero it all out and get rid of the rest. And make sure it's actually working now. That's better. Haha. It's amazing what using the wrong attribute on the wrong attribute will do. So now we get the feeling that the hips are connected. And if ever I have to make a little change, so maybe I feel like the hips are rotating too much in Z, for example, which I do feel a little bit. I just did the Zelda walk cycle right now. Although, to be fair, a lot of it was also going over like techniques and stuff, so it was a little slower than normal. But yeah, it's just the Zelda walk. The horse was done before. Now, one thing I'm noticing that I would like to do is get this foot a little higher here and get this foot a little lower here. Let's see. Maybe just kind of a little lower there. And then kind of lower it here. I want to have that kind of contrast where we get like an inverse shape on the feet. Now let's actually just look at our isolated view here. So, boop, and then view selected. So we just get this. And let's just focus on that. Nice big. So there we go. Yeah. So at this point, honestly, the rest should be actually very quick. I did animate the horse in a previous stream. That was a while back. I didn't get to the mane, unfortunately. The mane and the tail. Or any... Like, it was just a test on a horse walk cycle, not a polished shot. But yeah, so there we go. It took quite a while. Like, this has been about, let's see, if we count the time I was actually working, maybe 3 hours worth of work, maybe something like that, of actually animating. No, probably less. Like, if you were to just conglomerate all the animation time, it's probably 2.5 to 3 hours. But the big thing with this is that we're, aside from a little polish, we're pretty much close to done with all of this. Now, the upper half of the character, honestly, would probably just take another, like if I was animating on my own, probably half an hour to an hour. Because it's really not that complex. The body is just countering what the hips are doing. It's just doing that. The head is overlapping slightly, so we'd copy again we'd copy the rotations of the hips into the chest into the head. The hands are in IK, kind of just resting close to the shoulders here. So I might kind of create a constraint setup or just have them holding there. And yeah. Other than that, it's kind of just polishing some stuff. Like, there's some arcs on the feet that I'm not happy with. I need to animate the knee PVs coming in and out. But yeah, and then we can just turn off the reverser here and whee, it's moving. I spent a day and a half failing. With stuff like this, I'm normally a very pose to pose type of animator, but when it comes to like a character on a horse or like something like this, layered animation is going to be your friend, especially for creating the connection in certain areas, like the hips to the back. How can you be so fast? 9 years of experience. That's where the speed comes from. Oh, Scared Ace, have a great night. Let's see. Trade layered, post-pose all, nothing worked. The rotation's very badly now. Oh yeah. Yeah, well, it's like with me and the feet, and this is one of the reasons why I like streaming this, because one of the hey Spike, hello. One of the things that I want to show everyone here, that I really want you guys to all see, is that we don't succeed all the time. I had to redo a lot of stuff. I made lots of mistakes. I copied curves on the wrong curves. I used the wrong controls. I had to remove some stuff. There was some moments where the rotations just weren't working, and there was a lot of kind of thinking to get it right. So that is part of the process. So don't feel bad if you don't succeed right away. The big thing is kind of figuring out what works. Hey Brandon, how's it going? So like just as an example here, in terms of showing how wrong I was, if I put these feet back into FK right here, let's see how this looks. So this was the first pass on the feet. And actually, let's do like that. And then let's look at this. So if we look at this, look at that. How wrong does that look? It feels like a character's doing this while they're on the horse. It's like, what did I mess up? It's just not right. It doesn't look horrible per se, but it's wrong. There's just like, you kind of look at it like this, and it's almost like it's got little arms that are just doing this. Will I stay in IK? Yes, I will stay in IK for this. It's just, especially if you look at the top, it's just like, ugh. There's just something weird about that. But if we switch to IK now we have this. So we failed the first time, and now we have this kind of swaying feeling to the feet, that's what we wanted, and is what I missed on the first one. I forgot to add the sway, the side to side. Instead, I was animating them opposite. Yeah, it's at this point, what I need to do now is, you'll notice the knees go out quite a bit. I need to make sure the knees stay closer to the horse, not tied to or like glued to the side, but just a little bit more stable. Stable. I keep saying that word. Why do I didn't realize I said stable so often. So yeah. I guess for now we can probably call it here. I'm trying to think if there's anything else we need to do. Think. Probably not. I'll probably just continue this on tomorrow's stream, and finish up the upper body. Yeah, it shouldn't take that long. I don't recognize my username. Yeah, I guess with that we can call it here. Thank you so much for hanging out and watching this whole thing. Hopefully it was helpful. Hopefully it kind of showed the process that I would approach with something like this, that either a shot that I've never animated before, or in terms of a shot of having a character interact with something else. And I guess as a final note here, I did want to mention that I have released a script online. So this is a free script. Anyone can go and download it if you're interested. Let me share it here. So this is a script I've been working on for quite a while now, and I kind of remembered that I was working on it and then finished it during the week, which is a script for creating animations that are on 2s or 3s with a moving camera. So, for example, here is a kind of example of what you would normally see. If you animate a moving camera, but the object is set on 2s or 3s, or basically any held key, you're going to get this flickering effect. So this is a script you can just download here. I'll give everyone the link here. Which is, there you go. It's made to clean that up. So you can animate a shot like in Spider-Verse or that kind of style. That oh, and my internet, no. That'll solve that for you very quickly and hopefully easily. So yeah, give it a try. Definitely let me know if it breaks or explodes. This is the first script I've ever written, other than like small scripts just for my own. So hopefully it works out for everyone. Hopefully it's useful. I don't know why this is buffering so much. But yeah. So with that, hope you all have a great end of the week, great weekend. Hopefully I'll see you in the next stream. If not, best of luck on all your projects. Best of luck on anything you're doing. Be sure to stay safe. And yeah, I'll see you around. Bye.